What is going on, everybody? It's your boy Ro coming at you from FanX, and I've got a special guest with me today, live in studio, FanX TV. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Farr. Dan Farr.
Hey there. Hey, this is fun to be here. And, you know, what's interesting is, you know, the fact that I'm part of the convention. You know, there's no like favoritism or anything, right?
None.
The fact, yeah, okay.
None whatsoever, right?
Okay.
None whatsoever.
That's how, you know, I know some people to help get me on here. Right?
It's interesting that you said you're a part of the convention. Word on the street is there's a little rumor that you might have started this.
Well, it's been a little while, but yeah.
Dan, for those that don't know, give them a quick synopsis right now, because this is the first time we're doing this, right? FanX TV 2021. If you can hear the applause, everything's going. Doors are open. Get to the Salt Palace Convention Center if you haven't already. But, I mean, for those that are new to FanX, where did it start? What was the brainchild? Tell me everything.
Well, you know, I had an opportunity to travel around to some different conventions over the, you know, around 2009, 2010, 11, 12, right around that time. And I was pulled into the energy of what those conventions were like. You know, as we've grown to know here, you know, the energy is just so powerful. And I thought, why don't we have something like that here in Utah? And some things fell together properly, and I said, you know what, let's do it. Let's go ahead with it here in Utah in 2013. Mm-hmm. We had our first event, and as you may have heard, we had a very large crowd, great turnout. But we always felt that the one thing that was missing with some of the other conventions is reaching out to the broader audience, because so many people are fans of pop culture, but they had no idea what these type of conventions, you know, they stayed more niche-y in other cities.
Yeah, and there's a lot of crossover, especially nowadays, right? With all the streaming platforms and everything. So, I mean, those worlds meld together, and that's one of the beauties of FanX, right?
Oh, you know, if you can be a fan of it, it can fit, right? You know, it doesn't matter what it is.
And you know what? It shows.
Ninja Turtles.
There we go. Tell us more about that VHS and about a special guest from that.
Well, yeah, I was just looking through it, and I can see Judith Hogue listed here, who's just right behind us, and so we'll have to get
April
this signed.
O'Neil.
Yeah, we got to get this signed. Yes, exactly.
That's amazing. No, that's really incredible. And I think in what you just said, I mean, the guest lineup of over 50 special guests, it really does show. Because, you know, as we're doing the media tour and stuff like that around Salt Lake City, I'm reminded of the cast of MASH. You know, Jamie Farr, Loretta Swett. We have Sam Jones. From the creation department that cosplayers love is, of course, Adam Savage, Mythbuster extraordinaire. And I reminded people, if you at home or wherever you're watching this, if you're a fan of 90s, okay, everything 90s, if you're a 90s baby, Nick Carter, Joey Fatone.
That's huge.
I saw their booths. It's right next to each other. Right. And back in the 90s, we wouldn't have thought that they would have been together.
Yeah, it was like mortal enemies were there, right? Yeah.
You had to pick a camp.
You did.
Yeah?
Yeah, but now you don't have to.
And we didn't pay attention to the 90 degrees, 98 degrees or whatever.
Exactly.
No, I'm
Boys to
joking.
Men,
I'm joking. We'd love to have you later on.
Yeah, exactly. Any of them. Yeah.
Exactly. Dan Farr is BBD out with that stuff. But Nick Carter, Joey Fatone in the mix here at FanX. I mean, you've been through it all. You said since 2013 this has been going on. It keeps growing because of the community. But what excites you about FanX year after year?
Well, I've become a fan of the fans, and this is what I love to do. Is that I love to walk around and see people express their excitement for fandom, and I love to see people when they get to meet a celebrity that they look up to. To me, I live vicariously through them when they have this fan moment and they realize, you know, hey, I'm just talking to the voice of Winnie the Pooh, Jim Cummings, who's here.
Yep.
You know, they may not recognize them just, you know, right off the cuff, but then when they realize who it is, you know, they become kids again, and it's so fun to see. Or if they are kids, because we have that a lot of times, we'll be out hanging out with some of the voice actors, and we'll see some kids there. We'll introduce Jess Harnell, for example, or somebody like that to them, and the kids are like, oh, okay, and then all of a sudden, you know, he'll be Cedric from Sophia the First.
No, it's interesting that you bring that up, because I think that you were doing some kind of interview. Your daughter Lily, I heard she got surprised.
This was so fun. A couple of days ago, we were in Good Things, Utah, and so we had Lily and my partner, Jeff's wife Abby, was there, and Evie, their daughter. And Evie and Lily are both big fans of Ladybug, you know, the miraculous Ladybug, and so they were there, and the hosts were talking about the show and what they're excited to see here at FanX, and they were saying, you know, how much they want to meet Christina V. And the host says, well, what if we don't wait to meet Christina? And they surprised him with she was on you know, a video call, and they were able to meet her, and you see their faces, they were just so excited. It was like, is this for real? You know, and it's a really neat experience.
Well, I think that's the same reaction that people get when they go to the Grand Ballroom. They see Chris Evans up on stage. They see the late, great Stan Lee up on the FanX stage. I mean, you've had a huge roster full of people, right?
We've had so many amazing people. And I'll tell you this, the one thing that's been so powerful to me is seeing the stories behind the actors. You know, I mean, you know, you get to just realize that some of them have struggles in their lives that you know, you kind of think, oh, you know, you're this famous actor, you can't have depression. How could you have depression? You got everything in the world's going for you, and you realize that they struggle with the same things that we all struggle with, and to kind of have those moments of hearing about them being real people and feeling like we can identify with them, it means so much to us as fans.
Definitely, definitely. I'm glad that you brought that up because in our world, especially through what we've been through, right, within the last year, mental health is super important to our community, to our cosplay community, to our fandom community. I mean, everything. And that's
Suicide Prevention Month.
Exactly,
Yeah.
right? And I know that on the marketing end of it, we started seeing a lot of messages that we wish we could still go ahead and celebrate with FanX, with our community, with everything together, because this is where I go to see my tribe, my people. This is where I get to go celebrate, and this is part of how I go ahead and treat myself and, you know, treat parts of my mental health, right?
Yes.
Being around a group of people that are positive and that are one as a community, right?
Well, we really need each other. We had a hard time over COVID. It was really hard to not being able to do the event last year. And after that, we lost 2 important staff members who I believe would still be with us had there not been the pandemic. You know, one of the people we lost was due to suicide, and another one has basically had put himself in some situations that he passed away, and it was based on just not being able to connect with people. And I think both of them would still be here if we would have been able to continue, you know, as normal. But you know, we couldn't, of course. I mean, I'm not saying we should have, but under the circumstances, we couldn't.
Totally, and I think what you're getting at is that an event like this, like FanX, gives a platform to other people's voices, right? To other entertainers' voices, to let everybody know, the fans know, you're not alone, right? We can talk about this. We can talk about it as a community, and you are in a safe space, right?
Yeah, well, isolation is terrible. Nobody wants to feel isolated. You know, and it was such a hard thing on everybody to have to go through that experience. And so, you know, for us to be able to break out of it this way has been phenomenal. And you know, you look down, the attendance seems as strong as anything else that we've had. So
I'm glad that you bring that up, because when you come down in person, like I said before, right, there is no substitute for being here in person, right? So when you come here, you're still doing autographs. You're still doing photo ops with celebrity guests, panels, everything, right?
Yeah, no, it's going to feel the same. Just people are going to be wearing masks. We want people to stay safe. And I will say this is, for those people that, for health reasons, really feel they need to stay home, we definitely want you to stay home. And that was really one of the impetuses of FanX TV for you guys to put this together, was to just create something that people that just really can't get here, to have something they can still feel they can connect and be a part of this.
Exactly. For whatever reason, if you're not here with us in person, we are still a FanX family coming to you, and we are live. If you haven't figured it out already, or you missed the note on this
you
bad
can't
boy,
edit this?
Well, first of all, we thought we were going to be in your den, right? That was the first one, and then that didn't go through. I think your wife Stephanie put the kibosh on that.
Well, I'd have to clean it.
That's why we're not in Dan's den anymore.
Yeah.
We are actually in a live studio that is provided to us. It's amazing. We have an amazing partnership. Great professional production company. We are in the VIP lounge, streaming live. This is where you're going to get all the best content. Directly underneath us is what, Dan?
Celebrity Row was right behind us, and you look and you see all the celebrities that you want to meet are right behind us.
Yeah, the other celebrity row, because beside me, right?
Yeah, the celebrity row.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
The celebrity row behind celebrity row.
Hey, and I'm glad that you were talking about some of the special guests and celebrities, but you've been around it all. You've met Stanley, Chris Evans, all those people, Dick Van Dyke even. Who gives you that magic moment reaction? Is there a special guest that brings that out of you?
That's one of the reasons why I love living it vicariously through other people, because I've become fairly accustomed to meeting. And I'll say this, to me, it's always fun to meet new celebrities. I love to, and I still get that excitement, but it's not like I have this, well, hey, if I meet so-and-so, this is, my drive. But when I get to see other people meet celebrities who they have been wanting to meet for the longest time, and they just have this, sometimes they even go to tears, and I love that. It's like, it's the most powerful emotion, and I love being a part of it and seeing it happen.
No, definitely, and I think one of the biggest, the most positive things that I hear with every FanX is that a lot of these special guests and celebrities, they donate their time. You do the rounds, you're able to go ahead and visit certain places. Tell everybody at home about that.
Well, we've had some opportunities to visit the Children's Hospital. We've visited other areas where kids are just unfortunately going through very hard times, and and we also work with like Make-A-Wish. They come into the convention and they get to meet a lot of celebrities. I had an opportunity to see some of those interactions. It's the most beautiful thing you can imagine.
Jeremy Renner.
Oh,
there was not a dry eye in the house. Can you talk about that?
Well, sure. I mean, there was a young girl. I think she was 2 years old. Very, very young girl who had maybe 2.5. No, probably 2 to 3. So I don't know. She was a young girl, and she had cancer and had been fighting it. Wasn't doing as well as you would hope, and Jeremy I don't know how they originally got connected, but they somehow got connected, probably through social media. So they made an arrangement to meet at the convention. And I actually was not in the room when that meeting took place. I was outside of that room. And they met for 10, 15 minutes talking, and then Jeremy came walking out and he had tears in his eyes.
Definitely.
And so touched.
Dan was outside of the room. There were 5,000 people waiting as his panel was about to start, right?
Yes.
He wasn't late or anything, but he took the time to go ahead and create that magic moment for that person.
Absolutely. Well, in the story, the girl did pass away, but the family, Jeremy stayed in touch with the family, and they had actually met him at another convention, and he took him to dinner and everything. So, I mean, you just see these celebrities that, they're so busy. The fact that they take time to connect and become real with other people and really care about them, that means so much.
And you know what? It goes back to it. It's at the heart of what FanX is. It's community, right? With our invited guests,
yeah.
with the fans, with the authors, with everybody else. And we all get to go ahead and celebrate and just be with our tribe and do all those things, right? And I mean, I'm excited for this year in particular. I mean, if we're talking about all things FanX, we've got the Wiggle track. We've got an area called KidCon. It's fun for the whole family. We have so many things, and you make it so affordable to like where you have day passes, and then you also have that VIP experience. Right. Did you ever think it was going to get this big?
Well, I'll tell you this, is when I saw the energy and the excitement in other cities and the way that I got pulled into the event. I was a vendor there at some different shows, and I thought, man, I just love this so much. The energy is so powerful here. I knew that it had potential. I didn't think it would take on as quickly as it did. When we were talking to or booking agents for a lot of the celebrities, we were saying, hey, we're expecting around 10 to maybe 15,000 people. And I even had one manager one time say, yeah, just, manage your expectations.
Realistic. Yeah,
be realistic here. For the first show, that's pretty big. Well, we had sold, after we announced William Shatner, we had sold over 10,000, we got to 15, and then 20. We had to move downtown to the Salt Palace instead of the Sandy Expo Center, and then we got the week of the event, we were close to 25 and 35,000 tickets. We announced Stan Lee, started selling more tickets. Ultimately, we ended up with over 70,000 people with all the kids and everything included, and just blew away any expectations we had.
That's amazing and incredible. And like I said, this year, FanX 2021. We've got over 50 special guests happening. And I mean, last minute additions was more of a cast of Overwatch, the voice actors, right?
Yes.
Voice actors get a lot of love here. I know that one of the voice actors in particular, I think he even gifts you shirts. Can you talk about this person? He might be a little shiny, right?
Yeah.
Him and his other half might wear matching outfits.
Yeah, you may see if you follow Jess Harnell and Cara Harnell on Instagram. They definitely they shine, very shiny people. He says he's like a mirror ball with long hair, you know. Yeah,
who does all the voices in the world.
Yeah, yeah. He does so many different voices. But Jess and Cara, they come out all the time. They love being out here in Utah. And I say that's one thing that helps, I think, Utah residents here. We love to see celebrities that actually enjoy our state in a way that it makes us feel like, hey, you know, we kind of own them in a way. You know, they're family, and they're more than just somebody that just happens to fly in and make a quick visit and then on to the next thing. Somebody would actually take the time to come back again and enjoy our great state. And I don't know, it means something to us, and we love it. We've had many celebrities throughout the years do that.
No, I love it because people in the comment section, they'll be like, it's not FanX without Jess. Or, when are you announcing Jess?
Right.
When is Jess coming, right?
Yeah, they just know that he's going to be here.
Yeah, exactly.
He's become a fixture and somebody we love to have at all of our events.
It's interesting that you bring up the tie-in between celebrities in Utah, right? Because I remember us doing an event with Joey Fatone, and he mentioned that he comes to Ogden and he snowboards.
Yeah.
Yeah, he visits Utah even
with Powder Mountain. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I thought he was going to be more of a Park City guy.
Yeah.
For all of you that are watching outside of Utah, we have a little event called the Sundance Film Festival that takes place in Park City.
Yeah, some people hear about that. Yeah, yeah.
But I thought he was going to be more over there. Really laid back, really chill, visits Utah. Do you see that often where other celebrity guests go ahead and visit?
Well, one thing is sometimes they come out here, they're filming, because fortunately we've got some really fun film projects that go on here in the state. But I always love hearing when our guests that have been here, they want to come back and do a vacation. You know, after our very first show, we had Manu Bennett, who was one of our guests, and he became, you know, part of the family as well, just right off the bat. After the show ended, we're like, hey, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm just going to be going on, you know, the next city or, you know, whatever. And I said, hey, why don't you stay and let's go down to Moab. And so we went down to Moab, and he's like, sure, let's do it. And we spent like 3 days down in Moab, and we're driving around the ATVs and just having a fun time enjoying Utah, and he loved it. In fact, he rolled the ATV on us. But yeah.
So you're saying you hung out in Moab with Manu Bennett?
Yes. Yep.
No, I love it, and you know what? That's what I keep hearing constantly from special guests. They just love the Utah community. They love the hospitality, everything with FanX. And as we have less than a minute left in this segment, just a reminder for everybody watching out there: downtown Salt Lake City, Utah, at the Salt Palace Convention Center, super close to the stadium where the Utah Jazz play.
Yes.
It is all 3 days, September 16th, 17th, and 18th. There's no substitution for coming here in person. Autographs, meet your favorite celebrities, make magic moments, maybe get a trip to Moab with this guy.
Yeah, right.
Right here.
Let's do it. Let's have a big trip.
There's something for the whole family. Everything from KidCon, that's got a lot of different activities, to photo ops, autographs, wiggle cart, authors, artists. The vendors are amazing.
Vendors are amazing.
Each and every single year, they go ahead and just knock it out of the park. Join us next time as we talk about Dan Farr's shoes and everything FanX. Yep. We'll go ahead and take a break. See you guys next time on the next segment.
think we're live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to FanX TV. My name is Larissa Page Cosplay, and I'm actually really excited because I get to interview one of my best friends, Mr. Ming Chen.
What's up, everybody? I get to be interviewed by one of my best friends. So, yeah, my name is Ming Chen. You might know me from AMC's Comic Book Men. I've done many things with Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
Star in the upcoming Clerks 3. Well, okay, maybe that's stretching it a little bit, but he did throw me in for a couple days. I have a podcast studio called The Shared Universe.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess that's just scraping the surface. Many-time convention attendee, but I've lost count of how many cons I've been to. My first time at FanX.
And we are so excited to have you. I've been waiting years for you to come to my hometown. I met you in Dallas many years ago now, and it's been great to keep in touch and stay friends. But again, it's so great to have you here in Salt Lake.
Yeah, it was a match. There are two things I don't mess with: fate and destiny. And I think both of those came into play that fateful day, New Year's 2017.
It was such a long time ago. How are you liking FanX so far?
I love it. So I came here. I like to go to cons early, get the feel for the floor, meet some of the vendors setting up. Some of the guests come and set up early as well. Just nice and quiet, and you get to see everything. But when I stepped in here, and you'll love this reference, I felt like I'd stepped into the Super Bowl of Comic-Cons. Like, no joke. I was ready to hoist I guess not the Lombardi trophy, I call it the Dan Farr trophy, I guess. That's what you would call it.
I think we need to make that a thing, the Dan Farr trophy.
Yeah, but just the size and scale and everything they've built here, it felt like, you know the Super Bowl atmosphere?
Yeah.
Where just everything's bigger and better and
it's
just
electric
well
and
done.
everybody's excited, especially since we haven't had a show in over a year.
Yeah.
And it's so good to be back. It's so surreal to be back. During the pandemic, you did a lot of podcasting.
I did. I thrive on human interaction. I thrive on going to conventions and meeting people and talking geek, seeing old friends, making new friends. And yeah, for a whole year we weren't able to do that. And I needed some way to keep in touch with people. So I managed to find ways to podcast with people remotely.
Yeah.
And I thought it'd be a little different yelling at people over like little postage size video on a screen, but it really wasn't that different. And it kept me sane. I don't know if you did any live streaming as well. We should have done some.
We should have done something.
Well, we're streaming now.
I was going to say this will be the first one. This will be the inaugural one.
Yeah, this is our pilot episode.
This is our pilot.
This may launch a franchise, long-running, Larissa Page Ming roadshow, going to Comic-Cons, taking over the world.
On the road.
So, yeah, for sure.
All right, so back in the day, you worked at a video store, and that's kind of how you got launched into fandom and everything, right?
Yeah, it's crazy, right? So there are VHS tapes right here.
We were talking about it before we got started. We've got Yellow Submarine, we got Back to the Future, but you worked in Michigan?
I did, yeah. I grew up in the Midwest, went to the University of Michigan, and one of my first jobs in college was working at it was kind of dumpy video store / arcade.
Yeah.
And I only took the job because I thought I could watch movies all day and play video games for free. And then when I got there, I found out the boss kept the only key, so I couldn't put like free credits on there.
You didn't get to have downtime. You probably just sat and you were like...
Yeah, I thought, I'll just spend all my whole shift playing Street Fighter 2.
I was going to ask you what your favorite game that you had in the video store was.
Oh, it was definitely Street Fighter 2.
Who did you play as?
Ryu, by far.
Such a good character.
Yeah.
Such a good character.
In college, if you were really good at Street Fighter, you were the man.
Yeah.
And I wasn't very good at it, but...
I highly doubt that. I think you're not giving yourself enough credit.
Yeah, but I thought I could watch movies the whole time, but there was the only VCR was broken in there, and the big screen TV that we had was only stuck to one channel, MTV. So that year, and I'm going to date myself here, I watched season 2 of The Real World over and over, and Beavis and Butthead.
Those are great shows. I loved The Real World.
It shaped my life, both of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there was one fateful day though. This weird black and white movie shot in New Jersey came in. That movie was called Clerks. I had heard it was funny, so I decided to watch it.
Yeah.
And I remember I took it home. Me and my brother watched it, and I was blown away. I was like, okay, this movie looked like it was made for 16 cents.
Yeah.
It's black and white. It's grainy. nothing really happens. It's two guys inside of a convenience store talking, two stoners outside talking, and one of them doesn't even talk.
One of them doesn't even talk.
One of them doesn't even talk, but the dialogue was so good. I was like, this is how me and my friends talk.
Yeah.
And I think one of my favorite scenes in there was there's a 10-minute discussion about stormtroopers changing out toilets on the Death Star.
Yeah.
And I was like, I thought only me and my friends talk like this. Who is this Kevin Smith guy?
And
he must be a genius. I have to meet him.
Yeah.
But he's big time now, so I'll never get to meet him.
So if I remember, because like I said, I did my research because I wanted to, I've known you forever, but I still wanted to be like prepared, so
You're amazing.
I don't look bad in front of you.
You would
Did you make a Kevin Smith fan site?
I did. So I became so in love with this movie. I fell so in love with this movie. And like people like me, we're nerds. When we find something really cool, we want other people to love it as much as we do.
Yeah.
And we kind of want to take credit for being that person that discovered it first.
Yeah, and then you have to tell everybody about it. You have to tell your friends about it. You have to be like, have you watched this TV show? Have you watched this movie? But you took it to the next level.
Yeah.
You made a fan site for Kevin Smith.
Yeah, but the only reason I did that was I was trying to get all my friends to watch it, and none of them would watch it. They're like,
really?
Well, yeah, they're like, what is this movie? It's in black and white. What is this, some kind of art movie? I'm like, well, it's not an art movie, but it's art, but in a different way.
Yeah.
With 147 F words, and a lot of bad language. But yeah, they wouldn't. I couldn't get my friends to watch it. And now looking back, I can't really blame them, because this came out in 1994, and if you look at all the other movies that were out that year, Pulp Fiction,
Yeah.
Forrest Gump, Stargate.
Yeah.
There are so many. And given the it's like, hey, do you want to watch Pulp Fiction?
Or do you want to watch
watch this
Clerks?
black and white movie? I can't blame my friends for picking Tarantino in that instance.
Yeah.
In hindsight, though, you go Kevin Smith. Come
Yeah.
on. So, I needed to vent about the movie. I needed to fanboy with the movie, but in order to fanboy or fangirl with somebody, you need someone else to talk
you
to
need to
about
feed
it.
of someone else's just as excited as you are energy,
Right.
like you and I do back and forth,
Yes,
back and
exactly.
forth over text. So.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, I was learning how to build websites at the time. This is very early on, 94, 95.
When the internet made the screechy noise.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Dial-up.
But there's a page. Imagine a world with no Google, no Amazon, no Instagram, no
I've already
Facebook,
used
no
Google
Twitter.
like twice since I've
Today.
been at the show today,
Yeah.
so I would be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, there's none of this, but it was very early, and I was
Yeah.
like, I'm going to channel my fandom into making a fan website, and that's what I did.
And look at where you are now,
And
though.
yeah, literally 2 months after I launched it, Kevin saw it, and he tracked me down, and he ended up calling me on the phone.
Really?
Yeah, and I was just a humble, college student, and I'm like, who is this? Like, no, this isn't
This
Silent
isn't
Bob.
Kevin
Silent
Smith.
Bob doesn't talk.
Yeah.
But wait, Kevin Smith does. So, yeah. And he's like, hey man, I love what you built, this website. Like, it looks good. I think it might take off, like this internet thing
Yeah.
might take off. Can you build more websites for me? I'm starting a production company. I'm making more movies. I have this movie called Dogma out about fallen angels. I want to do more with Jay and Silent Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was like, can you help me? I want to build the ultimate online presence before anybody else does. And I'm like, I can absolutely help you. And and that's what I
Yeah.
did. So
And then, so you did that for a couple of years, and then 2000s Comic Book Men started?
yeah, before that though, we started podcasting, which,
Really?
and I'm sure there's some podcasters watching this right now.
Yep.
You guys know how much fun podcasting is. I feel the same way about podcasting as I did about showing people Clerks. Like, I love podcasting
Yeah.
so much, and I have so much fun doing it that I want to show other people how to do it as well. But Kevin started all that, though. He's the one that was like, wait a minute, there's a format where I can curse as much as I want, and I can talk for 3 hours, and I can
people
just...
will listen?
And people will listen, and it's worldwide. Like, there are
Yeah.
people in the Netherlands and Luxembourg that might listen to me. And I was like, yeah, it's called the podcast. And but he got me way into it. And I think the podcasting in a weird way got into us getting a reality TV show called Comic Book Men.
All right, and I loved Comic Book Men.
Thank you.
It was wonderful. And you did a lot of different things when you did Comic Book Men.
I mean, so much that sometimes I forget about the cooler things that we did.
What is one of your favorite moments that you think you wouldn't have been able to do had you not had this just different and amazing reality TV show?
Oh, I think by far the greatest moment in Comic Book Men was when Stan Lee came in.
Yeah.
Stan Lee actually came in twice.
Really?
But the first time, they're like, hey, we got Stan Lee. He's going to come in and do the show. And it was pretty early on. And I was like, Stan Lee? Stan Lee, the man who created everything we
love.
know and love. I love saying this. If Stan Lee had never been born, we wouldn't be sitting here.
No.
No, it would be a dark world.
I was going to say the world would be so different, and there wouldn't be a lot of people that can relate to different characters and like saved a lot of lives and brought a lot of happiness to a lot of different people.
Yeah, I firmly believe that. I think if there are any filmmakers out there, I would love to see a short called "What If Stan Lee Had Never Been Born," it shows how dark the world is.
If Marvel's watching and you need an episode for What If the world didn't have Stan Lee? You're welcome.
That's an amazing what if. They should do that.
Somebody should do that.
They should do that. But yeah, they're like, hey, Stan Lee's coming in, and there was a buzz in the air, and the day we counted down the days, and then finally the day came. They're like, all right, Stan Lee's gonna pull up. He's gonna come in the door. Ming, I want you to be the first one to greet him at the door, lead him back to the back of the store where the other guys are. And I was like, cool. I get to make first contact with Stan Lee. It's like, this is crazy. And so sure enough, I'm looking out the window. I see the car rolls in. He comes out. He opens the door of the store, and he's backlit by the sunlight. So it's like, in my head, I'm hearing like the Herald of Angels.
Oh yeah.
And to me, it was like God walked into the room, or to me, the guy I worshipped walked in the room, and he was just kind of like, hey, how are you? Like, wow, this is a really cool place. And like, Mr. Lee, great to meet you. Come on back. This is where the other guys are. And it went from there. And it was a life-changing moment for sure.
And Stan Lee had such an infectious energy about him too that was so positive.
Yeah.
And it was like no matter what was going on, Stan Lee was happy to be there. He's like, this is the greatest day. Every day was the greatest day because he made it that way. And he just had this energy that you were just like, today is a good day. Thank you.
Yeah, but this day was made better because of your creation.
Yeah.
Or even if you're ever having a bad day, you can pick up a comic book. You can watch a Marvel movie. You can watch the old X-Men animated series.
Yeah.
You can watch Stan maybe pop up on the Electric Company or in Mallrats, or in any one of his cameos.
Or the Princess Diaries too.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. And it automatically makes your day better.
Yeah.
But I will treasure that first experience because we some of us have been lucky enough to meet Stan. He's been to Comic-Cons, but yeah, the Comic-Con experience was cool. But you got maybe at most a minute or two with him.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who wanted to meet him, so they had to get the line moving. We got 4 hours with Stan.
That's amazing.
And so we got to talk to him. We asked every dumb question in the book. Like, who would win? Hey, Stan, who would win in a fight? The Hulk or Thor?
You're asking the hard-hitting questions.
Yeah. Hey, Stan, Amazing Spider-Man 121. Why did Gwen Stacy have to die? It was heartbreaking. Things like that. And yeah, it was great. We also got to have lunch with him. So I learned that every day for lunch, Stan Lee would have an egg salad sandwich and a vanilla milkshake. And I believe, don't count me on this, but we can work out as much as we want, not smoke, whatever, go out and run 6 miles a day. I believe the key to a long life, as proven by Stan Lee, is an egg salad sandwich and a vanilla milkshike for lunch every day.
That actually sounds really good.
Yeah.
That's now what I want for lunch. I'm gonna try that now.
Yeah.
The Stan Lee diet.
I would love to see you live it well into the 90s like Stan did, for sure.
We'll see.
Yeah, and then we're like, hey, Stan, would you mind signing 1 or 2 things before you leave? And that 1 or 2 things grew to a stack. But he did not complain. He went through and did that signature Stan Lee autograph, and so it was a great day. It was a great day.
But you got to do it twice.
We got to do it twice. Yeah,
That's
he came
incredible.
in again, and by that time I was like, "Hey, how you fellas doing?" It was old hat to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we wanted to bring him back for a 3rd time. We came up with this idea where we would have like a softball league, like a comic book shop softball league, and Stan would be our coach.
Yeah.
And I thought it would have been great. He would have came in and he would be maybe not so nice Stan in this instant. He'd be
Yeah.
a hardcore
Yeah.
softball coach, where it'd be like, Chen, you can't even catch. Come on, you're
Yeah.
hustle, move that butt. You know, he'd be that hard hitting like Buttermaker, Bad News Bears coach. But yeah, we never got to do it, and we kind of laughed about it.
Yeah.
Later on, I did find out Marvel every year would have a company picnic.
Really?
Every year, the company picnic would have like the writers versus the artists softball game, and the one guy who insisted on pitching was Stan Lee. So he played softball.
I hope there's like pictures of this somewhere.
Gotta
Because
be a
I would
picture
love
somewhere.
to see picture Stanley.
Like pitching softball.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I had heard one time, I don't know which artist it was or which writer, but Stanley pitches the ball, and there's a hot shot, came right back at him, knocked him down, and for a second, everyone was like, "Oh my God, he just killed Stan.
Yeah.
He just killed Stan. This isn't a fun beer league softball game anymore." But Stan got right back up and made some kind of quip and kept on
And
going.
then he was fine.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, he was fun. Yeah, he was
Right.
fine. But yeah, that first day, yeah, bar none, one of the greatest days of my life, for sure.
And then they've also made you do they seem to have picked on you all throughout the series.
I got a lot of flack, yeah, for sure. I got a lot of guff from the guys.
Yeah.
To the point where people would meet me at cons like, dude, are you okay? Are you okay?
Do you need a hug?
Yeah, do you need, how are your therapy bills? Because how do you deal with that? But yeah, I bore the brunt of it. Most of it was for two reasons. One, I didn't grow up with them, so I was the last guy to kind of join the crew. And you always pick on the new guy.
Yes.
Even though I've been there for like well over 20 years now, they've been there for 30. So you always pick on the new guy, because they got there earlier. And two, I'm younger than them by about 5 or 6 years. So I'm like the little brother. You always pick on the little brother.
And that is the dynamic that was so fun to watch on Comic Book Men, is you guys were like a family and you definitely were the little brother.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. So they made fun of me for everything. I got picked on mercilessly, but I think people would tell me that they related to it.
Yeah.
You would meet other groups of guys or other groups of ladies or just friend groups or coworkers, and they would always point at one person like, "Oh yeah, that's the Ming of our group."
I hope I'm the Ming of my group. I'll have to ask my friends and be like, "Am I the Ming?"
I doubt it. I don't think
yes.
you're the
no.
Ming. I don't think
I
you're
think
you're
I am.
far too cool to be the Ming.
You're just being
of
nice.
your group. I'm not being nice. I know this for a fact.
Oh no, you're being nice. All
Yeah,
right.
for sure.
And now we're going, because you and I both have Nerdy Ink.
Yes.
And I actually just want to show this off because I want a Back to the Future tattoo. Look how cool that is. I want one.
Yeah, and then when I flex, it's the flux capacitor. When I flex, it's the flex capacitor.
Well, now I really want one,
Yeah.
but I can't.
What is your Nerdy Ink? You're the Enterprise on your.
I do. I have
your
the
back.
Enterprise on my back, and then I have a Star Trek quote on my hip from Discovery.
Yep.
That was said by Jason Isaacs. It's that we choose our own pain, mine helps me remember. And then I have a Baby Yoda on my ankle.
That's amazing. So that one is that your newest one?
That's my newest one.
Wow. I think they're inking here. There's geeky tattooing here at FanX. Should we go get something?
We should go get matching tattoos.
That would be amazing. What would we get?
I don't know.
We'd have to think about this, and it'd have to be something meaningful.
Stay tuned to social media and see if we go through with it.
I have a feeling we might. Yeah,
One
my
day.
friend Lucky is down there. He's like one of the best geek inkers in the world.
That's so cool.
And I think he may pull a special favor for us if we
All
come up
right.
with something.
We'll have to think of something. And then going back on track,
Yes.
so you had a very small appearance in the last Jay and Silent Bob movie.
Yeah, the reboot movie, Jay and
The
Silent Bob
reboot
reboot movie.
And I love this because I show people this clip and you stand up and it's the So Ends the Ming Dynasty.
Yes.
Did you actually write a poem out for yourself?
Kevin wrote the poem. It was
So there's actually a Ming Dynasty poem out there.
He wrote it. Yeah, he wrote it, and you caught that tail end of it. But
Yep.
it was me lamenting the end of Comic Book Men, which unfortunately we got
Yeah.
canceled far too early.
I think so too.
Yeah, we were like the Firefly of our genre, canceled far too early.
The Firefly of AMC.
Yeah, for sure.
Way too
so
early.
where's our Serenity? We need our movie now.
will you please talk to Kevin and say you guys need a comic book men movie?
Yeah, I mean, I thought about this, and you know, when you want to see something happen, no one's doing it. Do it yourself, right? So I think I should just write it. And
you could write it, direct it, and film it with all of them, and just not tell them what you're doing.
Yeah. Oh,
and
right.
then be like,
I don't
guys,
think
I made a movie.
Yeah, you're all
all in it, and you
just
have no
didn't know.
idea.
Yeah, I think my strategy, like, I'll write a draft, and then I'll give it to Kevin. I was like, hey, man, look what I did. He'll read it, be like, oh, this is crap, and rewrite it himself, and then want to direct it.
Yeah.
I think that's the move right there.
But then you'll get your serenity.
I think so, yeah. But, you know, for any kids out there watching, you want something done, go do it yourself. I think that's the biggest lesson Kevin ever taught me.
You can get discovered by your heroes. You can write a fan site and then go on to work with somebody that you just loved. That's still so cool.
Yeah, it's not so far-fetched. It happened to me, so
Yeah.
it could happen for sure.
Just work hard and be persistent.
Yeah, or, you know, right place, right time. You know,
Yeah.
like here at FanX Salt Lake. I'm having so much fun.
I'm so glad. Again, I'm so glad that we finally locked you down as a guest. I'm so glad that you get to come to my neck of the country, my neck of the woods, good old Utah.
Yeah, and you live here, so you've told me many tales about Salt Lake and Utah, and now I'm finding that all the good things are true.
So far, what's been your favorite thing about being in Utah?
Oh, I mean this for sure. Getting
This?
interviewed by you on FanX TV. But next to that, you know, I just love seeing the fandom here.
Yeah.
I really do. You know, when you think of Salt Lake City, you don't really think about nerdiness, geekdom,
but
fandom, pop culture. And now I see it. Not only is it alive and well here, but it's huge.
they did a survey or a study one year, and Utah is actually the geekiest state per capita.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Per capita?
Yep.
I might have to part-time here then.
I was going to say, I have no idea what it means, but it's really fun to brag about, and they agree, so.
Yes, that's for us, by the way.
Yep,
that was for us. Yeah, I did not know that, and now I believe it because I've seen it with my own eyes.
It's an incredible energy, and we're only getting started here. It's like 3 o'clock on Thursday, and we go until 9 tonight. We start early tomorrow, and then we go hard on Saturday. So this is only the beginning for you.
Okay.
Like, this is just a sample of what Salt Lake is, what a sample of what FanX is.
Wow.
It gets better
so
from
you're telling
here.
me to pace myself. Like, don't go at a sprint right now. Like, just pace myself.
It's a marathon weekend, but it's the best marathon weekend of the year because there's so much to see. There's amazing vendors, there's amazing artists, there's amazing guests,
Yes.
there's amazing cosplayers.
Yes, of course.
A little self-promotion, but it's...
Oh, promote myself. You have one of the biggest TikTok accounts that one of my favorite TikTok accounts for sure.
Thank you. I was gonna say it's not big by any means.
Stop it. Check that out. Larissa Page, or is that your
It's
your
Larissa
TikTok?
Page Cosplay on
Larissa
TikTok,
Page
and
Cosplay.
it's mostly Dungeons and Dragons stuff. It's starting to get football related, so sorry.
I know, but you literally do TikToks about 20-sided dice, and and having a dice bag, and that's awesome. That's something when I was a kid, I could never imagine.
Really?
Yeah.
I love Dungeons. If you could classify yourself as any of the races and classes from Dungeons and Dragons, what do you think you would be?
See, that's tough because I don't want to sound pretentious. I would probably be in the cleric mage realm.
See,
I want to say I rolled a 20 charisma.
Like really cool. Yeah.
I don't know if you would agree with that. Maybe an 18. Yeah, let's not go 20. I rolled an 18.
Natural charisma. That's you.
18 charisma, maybe strength, not so much a 10 strength, but stealth, maybe a 15,
See, I would be terrible at stealth, but I think I would be a gnome bard. Because I just follow people and sing behind them.
Yeah. I would like to, I would cast spells, heal people, launch fireballs.
You'll work your magic and I'll be like, he's got this.
Yes. Oh, you need that door unlocked? Wingardium Leviosa.
Yeah,
and it opens,
exactly.
And it opens up. Yeah, I'm not much of a fighter. I'm a lover, not a fighter. And so I don't like the steals. I wouldn't really be a thief, but like a cleric mage.
So basically, we would be terrible on a campaign together because neither of us would fight. We would try to talk our way out of situations.
We would be awesome because we wouldn't need to fight.
Because we can talk our way out of situations?
We can talk and spell our way out of situations. Much like in real life. You just talk your way out of it, yes.
Just smile and wave.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So I don't, like, even behind us, it's starting to pick up just a little bit. I'm really excited.
I never want this to end, and it literally just began.
I
and I'm having so
know.
much fun.
I'm so glad to
And
hear it.
yeah, and if you're watching, if you're anywhere near the Salt Palace, like within, like a 24-hour driving distance, get down here. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
Already such a great weekend, and there's great guests. Again, we have Ming Chen from Comic Book Men with us this weekend, which I'm very happy about. And yeah.
FanX, bringing people together. We haven't seen each other in a couple years.
It's been a couple years. I don't even remember. I think I saw you last at New York Comic Con in October of 2019.
Yes, we were on something called a cosplay booze cruise, ladies and gentlemen. This exists.
Yes.
We boarded a party boat.
And you sail around the harbor, and there's dancing, and it's
we went
just
around
a
the
ton
Statue
of
of Liberty, and they had DJs on there, dancing. There may have been alcohol. I will not confirm or deny that.
No.
But we had a lot of fun, and this is just the tip of the iceberg, my friend.
All right.
We're gonna keep nerding out, and this is what happens when you come to Comic-Con. You make great friends.
There's
friends
lots
for
of
life.
stories to exchange, and it looks like we're getting in the last of our time. So, where can people find you? Where's the best place to find you on social? Plug all your stuff.
I'm no stranger on social media. Ming Chen 37, MINGCHEN 37. Yep. The podcast studio is called A Shared Universe. ASharedUniverse.com. If you want to learn how to podcast, if you want to podcast with me,
I need to
maybe
learn
if
how
you
to
want to podcast with us, maybe I can get Larissa Page Cosplay to join us as a guest if you want that. We'll make it happen.
We're gonna start our world tour.
Yeah.
We decided that at the beginning.
I love it. The capital here is in Salt Lake, and then we just go from here.
This will be home, and then we'll just go everywhere else.
Absolutely.
But I have one more very important question to ask you.
Okay.
And this is a question that an old friend used to ask people, because you and I have gone out together, been to after parties. You have also hosted karaoke.
I have.
At conventions.
Yes.
Ming Chen, what is your go-to karaoke song?
My go-to karaoke song is a song from the 90s. It's by a band called Sister Hazel. The song is called All For You.
I love it.
And I don't know why. It's a great karaoke song. Yeah, but my backup is Backstreet Boys. I Want It That Way.
That's perfect.
One that no matter what crowd, they could be like tough bikers. Could be, could be a bunch of grandmothers knitting a sweater. They all know and love and will sing along to that song.
You know how to get the party just amped.
Yeah, so we're gonna get the party started back here. Then we're already starting, but it's a party here, my friends. Get down here to the Salt Palace, FanX 2021. We are back. Welcome back, my friend.
Welcome to Salt Lake.
Yeah.
You've been doing shows for a couple weeks now. Welcome to Salt Lake.
I love it.
So glad to have you.
So glad to be here.
FanX TV will be running all weekend. We have great guests lined up to do interviews, and we hope that if you guys unfortunately can't make it down, you'll tune in all throughout the weekend. And Ming, it's been a pleasure to interview you.
Been a pleasure to be interviewed. This is a huge honor. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks you guys for watching. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you. I know, right? I told you I would. I told you. I looked down, it was like 3 minutes left, so.
Yay!
Mr. Chen, Ms. Page, thank you so much for being here. That was wonderful, magnificent.
Let's do it again. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
So if you don't mind, we're going to take just a few moments to cycle our staff out. So for yourselves at home, here's yours.
Excellent.
Here's yours. Please don't turn them off. It'll make feedback, so just leave them on.
Gotcha.
They are hot. They are hot, but we're not live. So we'll
Sweet.
let you know before we go live. Here's the monitor. The countdown is on the left there, so when that starts to approach. No, actually, that's the last group running over, so I apologize. But right where that 7:41 is, that's where your countdown will be. But like you said, if you probably want 15 minutes, you won't go anywhere near that, and that's perfectly fine.
Awesome.
Cool. We'll let you know when we're getting ready to start.
Like, what's a good signal to say, okay, like we're wrapping, or is it going to be, are you going to?
I'll be right over here, and I'll give you a wind-up sign if you need to. If you start winding down, we'll just read the room. And
Okay.
We'll tell if you're just kind of saying thank you for being here, goodbye. We can cut at any time.
Okay, excellent. I'm like 30 minutes.
Haven't done this before. Yeah, I'm sure I have 30 minutes for the material.
Well, I mean, I'm sure we could come up with 30 minutes of material, but how much would be interesting enough for our FanX between the two of us, right?
Right.
So this is, it's going to be interesting. So let me get a selfie of the two of us. Awesome. Take a picture of the floor out there. Yep.
Hey, can I bother you for a few moments here?
Sure.
Yeah, so, yeah, on the bottom right, that's time until you're live. We'll probably go on just a few moments after that, but that's approximately, we have about 3 minutes.
Okay.
And then on the left, that'll be your running time.
Perfect.
Would you please write down your name so we can put subtitles under you?
Yes.
And then any social media handles that you have, if you go by a pseudonym, or any social media that you specifically want us to promote in your title, Brandon. QUAN?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, that didn't.
Just need to make sure my tech guy can read it.
Just probably my website would be good.
Jaredmon.com. Okay. Yeah.
His handwriting is so much better than mine.
Oh, that's very helpful. Thank you. CANLE?
CE.
CANCE. Okay, thank you. Wonderful. Thank you both so much. And we should be going on in just a couple of minutes here.
Excellent.
I'll give you a sign.
Perfect. I want to make sure I say your last name right. How do I say your last name? Cans.
Yep.
Okay. Aaron Cans. Awesome.
2. Check.
Just checking. Hi.
Wonder right about
Right about
there.
I'm just curious to know if that Game Boy works.
Right.
Oh my gosh, it's got Tetris in it? Oh my gosh. 30 seconds. Holy crap. That's legit. I better put this down. I'll get into trouble in 20 seconds.
An hour later, where'd that Game Boy go?
What happened? Hi, this is Jared Kwan with the League of Utah Writers, welcoming you to FanX channel. I'm super excited. I'm joined today by Aaron Cans with The Printed Garden.
Thanks, Jared. I appreciate being here.
I'm super excited to be a part of this, and of course, to have the opportunity to interview you. Aaron is actually the owners of one of my favorite bookshops in Salt Lake. And so I'm curious, tell us a little bit about where it's located.
Our bookstore is a full-service family bookstore in Sandy. We're at the intersection of 700 East and 9400 South in the Union Square Plaza. And we're about 75% secondhand, or what I call very gently used, because my goal is that you can't tell the used books from the new books until you see the identification marker we have on them, and about 25% new.
And it's a really special place. When you go to visit there in person, the environment is really cool. It's historic, and you feel the history when it comes to the location there. And what I love is when you walk in, just instantly being embraced by the books there. I think that's super cool. I'm kind of curious. So what got you into the book business in the first place?
You know, really what got me interested in books and reading in the very originally, and part of why I have a real soft spot for events like FanX, is I was a comic book reader when I was a kid. I always had issues of Batman, and I was a DC guy, Aquaman and Wonder Woman, and any Flash, any DC comic I could get my mitts on. And you know, no parent should ever try to subdue comic book reading in their kids, because it's turned me into a strong reader and it changed the course of my whole life.
I'm going to confess something here myself. Superman is my guy. I love Superman comics. I loved watching the show when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I'm a Superman guy. Or at least I was for a long time.
You were the 1970s.
The classic Superman.
Oh, the
absolutely.
classic, like the old George Reeves black and white.
Exactly.
Yeah, those
exactly.
are fantastic.
So what took you from the comic books, and obviously you read a lot, you know, growing up. Like, did you seek out a job in the book industry?
Eventually, when we'd always been from a family of readers, and we grew up with not a lot of money, and there wasn't very much furniture, but there were always piles of books in the house. So when we were kids, even when I was too young to read them, I still remember seeing copies of Moby Dick and Stephen King's Carrie, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep by Philip K. Dick. My parents had really good taste in books. And the comic books eventually just segued into what's now considered middle grade readers. And then in high school, I was reading novelizations of the Star Wars novels when those came out. And back then, because there was no social media, I could read the novel 3-4 weeks before the film even hit the theater, because they weren't worried about spoilers getting out quite as much. And then it's just something I continued to do my whole life.
That is really cool. Growing up myself, reading actually didn't come naturally to me, and so comic books were a good friend of mine, because I could understand what was happening, and then as I was able to read more, then I started to embrace them more, which was really cool. But so you started getting into this, and then how did you get into the book industry?
Sure. As an undergrad student in University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire, I was looking for a part-time job that would be something I can enjoy, supplement my student life a little bit with a little extra spending money. And I took my first job in an antiquarian bookstore in Wisconsin called Crossroad Books. And they were fantastic as far as like opening up the whole world of how that operated, how to buy things, how to price them, how to grade them, and these were all rare. It was strictly used books, rare, signed, valuable, upper-end antiquarian books. And I started, and was a quick study, and after about a year, I thought, I could do this myself. So let's cut out the middleman, who is my boss.
Right.
So,
right.
And they were fantastic people, and they were very encouraging. And so I kind of set out on my own, And they said, if you have any questions, consider us a source. Always feel free, like you could come back and ask questions about it. And so I did an online store for 5 years, graduated. My wife and I had our degrees. We were looking at grad schools, came out to Salt Lake City for a graduate program at the University of Utah, and brought that online bookstore out here with us. And, the course apparently was very clearly set because my first job out here was at a Barnes & Noble store for about 5 years, worked for Ken Sanders Rare Books for a couple years, went back to Barnes & Noble for a couple more years, spent 8 years at the King's English Bookshop, and just managed to really kind of soak up every important element of their operation at each different place, because of course Ken Sanders is strictly used in rare, so that kind of played off how I started. When I got into the King's English, it was all new and there were no used books, so then that's where I learned about operations like margin, different things. That book selling is a very, very hard trade to make a living at, but it can be done. And independent stores are enjoying a little bit of a resurgence of interest because I think people are getting a little bit weary of the how impersonal something like Amazon might be. They can cut prices, but they won't remember your name when you walk in the door, and they won't know what you like. And they can offer a metric up even that says people who bought this liked that, but it still doesn't tell you if it was a well-written book or if the person who bought it and bought the other book actually liked either one of them. So working at the King's English was fantastic, learning how to build very personal relationships with each one of my customers, getting to know what they like. I do a lot of ordering ahead of time. About 35% of what I order in my store now is based on what my customers read.
Excellent. And how long have you run your own bookstore?
If I don't count the online one, the Printed Garden has been there for about 6 years.
6 years.
Yeah.
That's really cool. That's very impressive. And for that location is really neat, like I mentioned before.
It's a wonderful place. The plaza we're in, Union Square, is about 95% mom and pop, family-owned, independent businesses. So it really, from the very beginning, felt like a good place for us to be. Aside from just being a terrific location, I mean, it's a good place. A lot of parking, friendly neighborhood. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious. So how long have you been doing a bookstore here at FanX?
This is our 4th FanX. It probably would have been our 5th if life had remained normal over the course of the last year. But it's our 4th FanX, and it's very exciting to be back. I'm really happy that we were able to do this, that they could figure out a way that was safe for everybody. We can all get together, have a good time. Because, as much work as it is, it's equal amount of fun, and then half of that on top again. Love being here.
I do have to ask, being an author myself and having had dealt with the circumstances of the last 18 months, like everybody else, I'm curious, how did that fare with the bookstore?
The COVID pandemic really killed a lot of small businesses, and we were really nervous for a little while. But apparently, the relationships, and this is honestly what I boil it down to, the relationships we built over the first 4 years of being open, really, that was an investment that was priceless. When we shut down for COVID-19, we started doing curbside pickup. We did ship to home, just trying to be very flexible and innovative as far as like how we could get books to people. And all of our regulars totally circled the wagons, and they kept doing curbside pickup. And I know that I'd say at least 80% of my customers were buying way more books than what they needed, but they were making a concerted effort to keep the store going. And we, of course, did everything we could on our end to do the same thing. And luckily, we're still here.
I'm so glad that effort was made, because for sure, that bookstore is amazing. And I'm glad that we get to go eventually go back there. Is it open now to public, or?
Yeah, we last September we started a by appointment system where we allow one party in the store at a time. You get 40 minutes for yourself and up to 2 people with you, and you had the run of the whole store. So we kind of, in some ways, we kind of escalated it because we went to like what would be considered a VIP treatment. And then that carried us through all the way until May, and then in the beginning of June we opened up again. We still have a mask requirement, but the store itself is open regular hours. People can come and go, and all of our regulars are happy to be back in the shop, digging around and looking for that book they never knew they always wanted.
That is so awesome. That's incredible. Now, I'm fortunate. I serve with a lot of organizations in the state of Utah, the League of Utah Writers, Storymakers, LTUE, all these different events. And they're really, the core of it is the author community. And we know as authors that we just can't survive without booksellers, without bookstores. Amazon is amazing at some things that it does, but it's that personal touch that the bookstores have that really mean a lot to us. Now, that's one of the things I'm excited to talk about. Now, here at FanX, you have your booth, and then when you have authors, they come and sign, right?
Yeah, we are actually doing 2 book signings with a number of the authors over the next 3 days. The coming days, we are doing book signings with Kaylin Flanders, Tricia Levenseller, Brandon Mull, Catherine Purdie, Frank Cole. There's a whole list of authors, and I think FanX has those all up. You can find a schedule.
That is so
We'll be
cool.
there.
I love, and it's fun because I know all of those authors, like personally.
Yeah.
They're so neat to be around, and it's so good to meet them in person and to get a book autographed and personalized. Now, when they purchase a book and they go to autograph, is it like a 30-second interaction? Or?
No, we really try hard to, with an author like Brandon Mull, when he comes in, he's going to have a line with maybe 200 or 250 fans. And in a case like that, some of the people who accompany him from Shadow Mountain will try to keep things moving along, just for the sake of the people who are back farther in the line, if for no other reason. But with most authors, you're welcome to take pictures. You can talk to them for a few minutes. We really don't regulate that really tightly, unless in the case of someone like Brandon Mull, where he's going to have enough guests that we just want to make sure that everybody who's there gets a chance to at least say hi and get a couple books signed.
That is really cool. To spend that time with the author, ask him some questions, kind of geek out. I've done that myself, I'm going to be honest. I'm probably going to stop by, and even though I know the authors, I love geeking out with them and getting them to sign books still. One of my good friends at Stray, Charlie Holmberg, is also going to be signing over there. I totally forgot.
Charlie's going to be in our booth at 3:30 today.
3:30 today.
And that, as old as my memory is, that stuck with me. She's our first signing.
First signing of the day.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sorry that if you missed it, if you're here at FanX, go over to the table right now and get an autograph over there. But now you're going to have the schedule up. It's going to be on the FanX website, and you're going to be able to go to the booth. I highly recommend stopping by and getting these personal interactions with these amazing authors. There's nothing like it, right?
No, absolutely. We as someone who writes as so far just a hobby, but also, and as well, how symbiotic the relationship is between bookstores and authors and publishers. It's kind of a three-way pool where the rising tide lifts all boats. We like to do everything we can to support our local writing community, including having author events in our store, which we're not still up to speed on yet because we're watching the numbers of what's going on. But under normal circumstances, we try to work with any local authors that we feel like are a good fit for the store, have you come in and do readings and signings, and that's the fun part. You can buy books pretty much anywhere, but buying them with an indie that's where you're going to get the personal treatment with the book, but you also might have a great experience with a visiting author. So.
That's really neat. I am kind of curious. I mean, we're here at FanX with all of these amazing people out here and all of the amazing celebrities. Is there anybody in particular you're hoping to see?
I've never really been the kind of person that geeks out over that. I was the author that I admired the most is probably Colson Whitehead, and I had a chance to meet him, and I think I had more excitement in the 20 minutes leading up to when I knew I was going to meet him than I actually did when I met him. So some people find it hard to talk to people like that, and some don't, and I've just never geeked out about it. I guess at some point early on, and maybe it's because I've met a lot of authors, is every author I meet, just reminds me over and over again that it's just the guy next door or the lady up the street.
Absolutely.
And some of them are more fortunate and their stories find traction. And I've read a lot of terrific books like amazing, well above average books by authors who will have that one book come out and it's a beautiful package and a great story, and then you never hear from them again. You know, so it's like, it's just, you know, writers are just everyday people, and some are lucky enough to have those books get some traction and reach a wider audience, and some just never do. And so in my mind, there's really never that much of an air of celebrity around any writers, really.
Awesome. Well, let the viewers know where to find your booth here at FanX.
Yeah, we are at booth 129, and we are just inside the door. If you were in the big, raving, screaming horde of Vikings that kind of charged into it's that big main entrance. We're just inside that door, and we're right on the main aisle, so we're pretty easy to find, and we've got a banner with the store sign on it that's the size of Kansas. So yeah, really hard to miss. But come find us, meet your favorite authors, and it's really a good time. And those authors, I know some of them personally, and they are just as eager to meet everyone who's here too. This is fun for them. They get to meet people who are reading their books and who love them, and talk about the stories, who their favorite characters were. They love that. So.
Awesome. And don't forget to find their store also after the conference. But get down here to the conference, meet those authors. That would be amazing. I'm Jared Kwan with the League of Utah Writers, like I mentioned. I'm so grateful to have joined Aaron today.
Oh, thank you for agreeing to talk to me today. It's wonderful.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Hi, I'm Jared Kwan with the League of Utah Writers. I'm joined by the amazing Alexi with the Bards Tower.
Amazing Alexi. Wow. I need to put that on my business card from now on. Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Absolutely. I'm gonna be honest. Every time I see you, that's exactly what I think. Amazing Alexi.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Don't do that. It gets my head too big, and then the hat's it's tougher to pull off like that.
I do have to say, I do love the hat. As you can see,
thank
I do enjoy hats myself.
Well, hats are good things. I mean, you know, I think hats are the wave of the future. Everybody will be wearing one very soon.
I like it.
There you go.
Excellent. So, so you do the Bards Tower all over the country.
Yes. Yes, I'm the owner of Bards Tower, which is the only nationally operating. We'll take the hat off right now. How about that, guys? It is the only nationally operating literary celebrity experience devoted to pop culture entertainment that goes from convention to convention. We usually do about 35 to 50 shows a year. This year we've obviously done a little bit less than that, but you know, Salt Lake City is one of our favorite shows, and being here at FanX is always a privilege. And thank you for bringing me on for this.
Absolutely. We're super excited to have you here at FanX and be a part of the channel, of course. How many years have you done this for FanX?
For FanX, starting with when it was the Wordfire press booth, because my first company, you know, the first company that I came to FanX as was Rabid Fanboy Marketing, when I was marketing for Kevin J. Anderson and Wordfire Press. And the booth was then under Kevin J. Anderson. And I was essentially the person who was designing it and building the systems for it and so on. So between that and when I bought it from Kevin as Bards Tower, we've been doing this for, I believe, 9 years now.
Wow, that is really cool to see that you've been doing it for 9 years.
I mean, we started, we started pretty early on with FanX, and it's been one of our favorite shows.
I know that you've been a staple to bring in amazing guests. Matter of fact, who are you bringing in?
For this show, I have Kevin J. Anderson, who is, first of all, he's fresh off the Dune movie as one of the producers for the Dune movie, but also he has new books in the Dune universe that he has here, including this is actually a FanX exclusive, The Lady of Caladan, which you won't be able to get for another 2 weeks.
Wow.
In addition to that, he's worked in Star Wars, Star Trek, and so on. We also have Melinda Snodgrass, who is a New York Times bestselling author. She's also one of the featured writers of Star Trek Next Generation. She's one of the writers that was brought in to kind of make Star Trek Next Generation, really become the pop culture staple that it has become. And she's here with her own series, which is called the Imperial series, as well as another series she wrote, which is a supernatural law firm called White Fang Law.
Huh.
And then we also have S.M. Sterling, who has written the Change series, as well as the Black Chamber epics, which is just amazing. Like, women spies within an alternate history, World War I, with Theodore Roosevelt as president. I can always get behind Theodore Roosevelt as president. Dan Wells, who has written I Am Not a Serial Killer, and has probably the best cyberpunk novel I've read in the last 10 years, which is Blue Screen. In addition to that, I also have DJ Butler and Aaron Michael Ritchie, who are writing a series that is based in Utah, which is called The Cunning Man.
Huh.
Yeah. Imagine Harry Dresden, if Harry Dresden was a farmer in the middle of the Depression, Utah.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, and it's some amazing stuff. And then we also have Carlos Ferro, who is a voice actor for Gears of War and Assassin's Creed, and was actually featured on Star Trek The Next Generation.
Wow. Those are amazing authors. And what's cool is I love every single one of those. I was really excited to hear about the series in Utah, of course, also.
Always. I was like, no, you're doing this show. It's based in Utah. How can I not?
There you go. I love it. Now, I'm going to be honest. I've been through Bards Tower a couple of times, and I've never been disappointed. I've been able to easily find the book that I'm looking for and get it autographed by the amazing authors.
Well, that's the important part, is you can get a book anywhere. Really what we are is not a bookstore. We are a literary celebrity experience in which you are actually able to meet the author and talk to them and say, hey, listen, I love your stuff. Oh, I forgot one. I forgot Peter David, who is, a comics and industry legend. I mean, if you like anything that's been going on with Aquaman or anything that's been going on with the Hulk for the last 25 years, he's the guy who pretty much made it. In addition to his own stuff and his work on Star Trek and Babylon 5 and Black Widow and so on.
That is incredible. Yeah, we can't forget about him.
No, I cannot. I was like, did I get everybody? No, I have one more there. What's happening? I had a senior moment. It happens.
No worries. Now, of all of the conventions you go to all across the United States, I've got to ask, where does FanX rate with those?
Oh, FanX is right at the top of all the shows that we do every year. FanX is a delight. It is one of those shows that I look forward to every year. It is one of the shows that I genuinely have such a wide variety of choices in terms of authors and celebrities to bring in, because FanX is always so open and such a welcoming community to everybody here, and that does a heart good.
Absolutely. I'm curious, so you worked with Kevin J. Anderson, and then you were able to get the Bards Tower, which is amazing. I'm kind of curious, what got you into the industry in the first place, like just into books?
I grew up in fan culture, and I wanted to build a company that was essentially fan-based marketing, kind of like the old days of when, Star Wars, when George Lucas was, quote unquote, the weird one of the new group of producers out there. And no one knew what he was doing, but he was doing some sort of Buck Rogers ripoff. The first people who really adopted Star Wars, before they even saw anything, were the fans, the sci-fi fans, the fantasy fans. They're like, oh, this is going to be great. And really that was a way of adopting into the fan zeitgeist, the fan, the pop culture fandom. So I wanted to actually build a marketing company for that, and we were planning on doing television. Yes, we're planning on doing television. And what happened was that for a show that we were doing, actually in Utah, a small little show in which I was marketing a TV show, Kevin walks up to me and Kevin goes, "Alexei, I saw what you did on this TV show you're doing for the Sci-Fi Channel." I was like, "Oh, thank you." He's like, "I'm Kevin J. Anderson." I was like, "Yeah, I know who you are. Like, you're a huge part of my college years." And he's like, "Oh, okay." And he's like, "Have you ever thought about marketing for books?" I was like, "No." It's like, most of my marketing experience is in television and in mixed media. I wouldn't really know what to do. And he goes, "Well, that's fine, because frankly, most of the publishers don't know what to do either." So I was like, "Okay." So I sat down and we talked, and he showed me a marketing plan, and I looked at it and I was like, no, I can do better than this. And so we sat down and we talked, and that started that conversation, which morphed into Wordfire Press bringing me on to do marketing for their properties, which ended up with the Tower. And eventually Kevin actually was like, "This is a lot of logistical work, and I'm not sure I can do my writing career and my publishing career and keep up with this." So what I said, I was like, "What if I bought it from you?" And Kevin's like, "You can do that?" I was like, "Well, if the price is right." And so we talked from there. And so what happened is that that's a long story short how that emerged, and that ended up being the third business in the rabid fanboy empire. And now we're up to 5, God help me, because we also now do a publishing house as well.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's quite a bit on your plate there.
Because I have a copious amount of spare time. My gods.
That's one of my favorites. I had the opportunity to work with Kevin J at one of the writing conferences here in Utah. And in between classes, when he would go out and then he would come back in, I'm like, "Oh, did you enjoy the view? Did you take in some fresh air?" He goes, "Sure." He said, "But I actually wrote the next chapter of my book."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Wow, you very productive author."
The man's a machine. The man's a machine, and I sometimes tell him, I was like, slow down, kid. Save some of that for the sequel. And he's like, "What?" I was like 5 books a year. That's a bit much. If we do 3 books a year, I don't think you're eating into your brand as much. But we have those conversations often.
I love that. I love that you have those conversations as well. And interfacing with the authors there, Dan Wells happens to be one of my favorite authors of all time. So
Dan's amazing. Dan's amazing. And his, like I said, his I Am Not a Serial Killer series is amazing. But I really love Blue Screen. That cyberpunk. I mean, if anybody wants to, has played the cyberpunk video game, which I know has like a big controversy now, but if they ever want like, oh, more of that, Blue Screen would be their way to go.
Now, both you and I know that marketing is so important and so powerful.
Absolutely.
And that plays also into like even personal branding. And that's why I love your outfit, I have to say.
Thank you.
It's just absolutely amazing. I'm just curious, what had you decide to go this direction?
Well, it's interesting because I used to just do the slacks and the vest. And what happened is I realized that, well, steampunk has become kind of a thing, and everybody was wearing slacks and a vest. So it was hard for people, if they were looking for me, to find where in fact I was. So I was like, I need an outfit that only I could possibly pull off. And so we got I got the coat from a friend who had asked me to do some marketing work for their clothing line. And they designed the coat for me because I was like, they're like, "We can't afford you." I was like, "Yes, I know you can't afford me." And they're like, what would you like? I was like, "I would like actually a frock coat if possible." And they're like, "That's it?" I was like, "Yeah, that's it." So they designed the frock coat for me. And the hat is actually from a hat booth from here.
Really?
And yeah, it's a Spanish peasant's hat.
That's
And,
a fantastic hat.
So it's the hat where I was like, nope, Spanish peasant's hat, that's mine. It's like, and it even matches my ethnicity.
So, I know that you go to the conferences all over the United States.
Yes.
Are there any particular famous people that you hope to run into or meet or see?
All of the famous people that I have met and I have seen, I love it because it's wonderful to actually have those experiences. But the experiences I like the most are the ones where we actually geek out over each other. Like people are like, oh, hey, you're the hat guy. You're the book guy, right? I was like, yeah. It's like, I love your work. I was like, oh, I love your work. And when you have those experiences, it's just glorious. And also actually interacting with the fans is actually what I find even more enriching. We're as fans and as members of this community, this is where we grow up. This is where we're now the people who are on the other side of the curtain, as it were. But I always love being able to interact with fans. It's just an amazing experience, and having all of these people out here in a group celebration of pop culture and pop culture entertainment is glorious, and it makes me very happy.
And what makes me really happy as an author is to see an amazing bookseller out there promoting books and authors and creating these experiences. I know from all the organizations I'm a part of, the League of Utah Writers, Storymakers, LTUE, all these different conferences, I know that all the authors are just grateful for the amazing booksellers like yourself.
Well, thank you for that. That does my heart good. Thank you very much.
So why don't you let people know where to find the Bards Tower here at FanX?
Well, Bards Tower is going to be at booth 1200, right on the main line. You can't miss us. You just look up and you'll see the tower. It's usually the tallest thing on the convention floor.
Excellent.
And you'll see a bunch of faces of authors and their books on there. And if you want to follow us on media, you can look us up as at Bards Tower on Twitter, as well as Bards Tower on Facebook. And you can find us there.
Absolutely. I hope you do. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Jared Kwan, and this is, of course, the amazing Alexei.
The amazing Alexei. Thank you guys so much. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right.
Hi, my name is Cherie Alsop, and I'm here with Carlos Ferro.
Indeed.
Hi, Carlos. I know you from voice acting with Gears of War and Assassin's Creed, among many other things.
I'm so glad that you said that, because it would be very awkward if you were like, and I have no idea what's going on right now. But yes, absolutely. I'm a voice actor. I mean, it's all acting. And we're at FanX, and I'm here being a big shot about Gears of War, Assassin's Creed, and a bunch of other stuff. I've been really, really lucky. And lucky to be interviewed by an author. How great is that?
Well, thank you so much. So what got you into voice acting?
Well, like I was saying, it's an acting job. I mean, a lot of people tend to think that it's kind of a side hustle for whatever reason, or something you can kind of have as a hobby or dabble. And that's really not the case. Those of us that have been in this for a while, and again, show business is always changing with the advent of streaming and content creators. Sure, there are other ways to go about becoming successful at voice acting, but my story is pretty straightforward. I was an actor first, and got really lucky. I mean, that's legit, that 50% luck thing.
Yes.
So I prepared myself and then started happening into really geeky properties like Star Trek: The Next Generation,
Nice.
and comedy and all these things. They inform and they feed what I ended up doing a lot more of, which is creating characters from the ground up in these new consoles, the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3. I worked on games in PlayStation 2 and Xbox, but it was that graduation to the next level that really changed my career, and that's where Dominic Santiago was born, Leonardo da Vinci, characters from Uncharted, Saints Row. I've been lucky, and I'm the first one to acknowledge it.
Well, that's neat. I know you've also done producing.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that being an actor can be a pretty isolated experience, where you
Yes.
you want to do everything, but the opportunities may not present themselves. And I found early on, I'm originally from San Francisco, but I've been living in LA for Los Angeles for the past, 25 plus years. I found that creating your own material really, it's serving, it helps, it's exciting. You look at the business a different way. I think that's really good. You get to see what everybody's going through that hires you or doesn't hire you. So production came pretty naturally to me in theater and eventually in music videos. I love what I do, and I'm pretty passionate about putting out some fun stuff, because I'm also a super, as I call myself, a black card carrying geek. Like, if I wasn't here behind a table signing autographs, I'd be here, getting autographs and buying pop figures.
I like that. So tell us about Rastros.
Wow, that's a deep cut. Deep cut.
Jumping in with producing.
Yeah, Cherie
I
knows
was
what
very
she's doing.
interested.
That was pretty good. Rastros was a short film that I produced, wrote, and narrated. So the voiceover came in quite handy. But it was this 26-minute art film that I kind of put out, into the universe, sort of to, it was very, again, I keep saying art film like I'm apologizing, but I'm actually very proud of the fact that I had just dealt with, not to bring the room down, but I dealt with some kind of big family trauma, my parents passing away, and as an artist, I've always processed all things through art.
Yes.
So I ended up working on this project that took me back home to San Francisco and made these 26 minutes that I'm very proud of. And people tend to come up to me, and this I did not expect, and I didn't expect you to ask about it, but it happens every now and again that people that like my video games, that follow every silly thing that I post on my social media, they somehow were moved or touched by Rastros, and like all art, that's what you hope. You hope people will notice, and it'll make an impact. So yeah, I'm real proud of it, but it's on YouTube. It's not something you have to have Prime for to see. Yeah, Rastros by Carlos Ferro, and you'll get I was going to say a bit of insight. You get a lot of insight into who I am. So that's what that is.
Oh, so of all the characters that you voiced, which one is your favorite?
I think that we all try to be diplomatic because we work with so many franchises. We're always auditioning, so to lean into one character seems like it's a disservice to other characters. But I will say, as much as I love that I've been on Scooby-Doo and that I've had these dream jobs, like being the pilot of the Enterprise and on Star Trek: The Next Generation, head and shoulders above all of them is Dominic Santiago. I've been playing the part for 13 years plus, I believe it's about right, and he's somebody that I crafted way back then and have been very proprietary of how he's treated, and to be fair to the Coalition and before them Epic Games, the teams have always been very receptive to improvisation, to seeing what the actor has to contribute and bring to it. And there's not a lot of characters or opportunities for actors to have a character that you bring to life, but he also is the first character you meet in Gears of War. In the second game, for those of you that know the games, there's, and I hope you know the games, the second game has a really intense love theme to it. So there's love and heavy emotion. And by the third game, there's an ending to the story. And a lot of actors, we don't get to do a full arc.
Yeah.
And like I said, Leonardo da Vinci and other characters, they're really fleshed characters. But I got to tell Dominic Santiago's story and the story of Delta Squad thoroughly and involved from the beginning. So yeah, it's going to be hard, I think, in my lifetime, since I'm running out of time on this planet. No, it's going to be hard to beat easily my favorite character.
I think that's my favorite thing about the Gears franchise is that you just really feel like you know the characters, like they're real people instead of just pick somebody and just a generic character. These you get feelings and depth.
Excuse me, I get that a lot. Like I get people that they'll say that when there was, I'm sure, even though the games, there's Gears 4 and 5, but when I think about the original trilogy, I still try not to spoil them for people, because some people do Xbox One and playing Ultimate Edition or playing Gears 4, and they don't realize the storytelling that was happening in 1 through 3. I mean, there's comic books, there's many comic books, there are books. I mean, the Karen Travis books, they flesh out the Gears characters in a way that I don't think there had been at that point in video games. There were books, but I mean, these are incredible novels that are very specific to each character, and it's lovely to have that kind of lore, when you're playing a game. It's very different than knowing a property and its lore and seeing a movie. You're involved, so it's everything you've kind of fantasized video games would be, which is visceral and and you're involved and you're a part of it. So yeah, it's very, very cool.
Do you get a lot of input with any of the stuff?
Absolutely. I mean, they kind of wrote the book on collaboration. I used to say that working on Gears of War was like being at Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, because all the craftsmanship that goes into it, I think it's still kind of taken for granted unless you want to be in that industry. But there's sculptors, painters, there's writing teams, there's input from the motion capture people, performance the way to the voice acting and the direction that they go with the performances vocally, and the more we expand the universe, and it's really grown a lot since the beginning, obviously, we do get to say, he wouldn't say that. Yeah. She does that sound right for her? He would never say that to him. They're way too close. Sure, and I think that we've all put our stamp, from John DiMaggio, who plays Marcus, Lester Spate, who plays the Cold Train, Fred Tatatore, who plays Baird. We all, Michael Goff, who plays Carmine even, we all have had our stamp on it. We've got to have our sense of humor injected a little bit, Let's just say we get all these lines that is battle chatter. That's a perfect example, and a little behind the scenes for the gamers. When we do hours and hours of battle chatter, it's as simple as, hey, you went over there, like that. But we all do those lines, and they sort of pick like what will work in certain parts of multiplayer or in the game itself. And there's a reason why everybody had this one line, but Dom is the one that says, "Sup, bitches?" Because I said it that way. And some would say they're all going to say that line. There's a reason Marcus says, "Nice." that's his, you know. So yeah, we definitely have input, and Marcus and Dom have the very cool, unusual thing that we record together.
Oh,
That's a very unusual. Usually we're all individuals or individually in the booth, and then they chop it together. But me and John, we're friends in real life, and we've been friends for a very long time. So it's there when we improvise, when we crack each other up. It's not. There's acting clearly, because we're not really. I don't know if you guys knew this. We're not really on Sarah. We're not really cogs, but we're certainly buddies that want to crack each other up, and that stuff makes the final cut. So you were saying input, just improvising. I believe the line for those Gears fans out there of who wants toast, that's John's. He came up with that. You use a flamethrower. Who wants toast?
That's
and another deep cut for the Gears fans, monkey dog. That came from a description in a script. And we thought it was so funny, we just started saying monkey dog, and it's in the game now. So yeah, that is real. Chokes me up. No. So yeah.
It sounds like it's been a lot of fun. Was it hard to find Dom's voice?
I used to be very coy, kind of cute and precious about it, and I'd be like, there's a lot of Dom in my personality, and it was very actor answer, but the reality is he's me. I mean, he's me. I mean, in a heightened me, clearly, and I also haven't had to euthanize my wife. But I've been playing him so long that, yeah, sure, there's a lot of him in me now because I've been playing him so long. But all the acting that's there, he's so precious to me. As weird as that sounds, that I wanted to make him at the bottom layer. I wanted him to be real, and that's me being myself, and finding the things in me that would be emotional, that would be me under attack by a giant, monster, and dealing with squad mates. And again, I don't want to bring the room down, but I really did feel that it was important to tell some kind of heavy story, heavy undercurrent of storytelling, like what it's like to be in a squad, what it's like for military families that have lost everything and continue to do so to save humanity. Those themes, I mean, they're in me, and I think that hopefully it comes through.
Is it hard to let that character go when you're working on other characters, like to keep the separation?
Actors, we're very competitive, and we try to act very, very gracious. I think the best acting that actors do is off camera, when we're all being very no, I mean, it's it. There's room for everything. But the reality is, I mean, I'll speak for myself. I want to play everything. Okay, I've gone to school, and I've now I teach, and I'm still that guy that wants to play Batman in everything, wants to be Superman in everything, wants to play James Bond, wants to be able to do things with dialects, and that's kind of my jam. And I want to be in every franchise, and I've come close. so for example, it surprises people that the Sup Bitches guy from Gears is Leonardo da Vinci in Assassin's Creed, and I mean, that's awesome, because that means they're so different, Yeah. But I wanted that character. To be fair, when the game was being, I worked on Assassin's Creed 1. I was the Damascus Bureau leader, which is kind of another deep cut. But for Leonardo da Vinci, building him from the ground up, it was just as fun and exhilarating as Dom, because I had a new guy.
Yeah.
And for those of you, for the Assassin's Creed fans out there, it's very different to be a soldier than to be a guy that sounds like this. He's from a very specific part of Italy, and he sounds nothing like Dominic Santiago. So he's sweet, he loves Ezio, and he wants to make beautiful weapons. That guy's very different, Yeah. Show off.
So how did you get on Scooby-Doo?
Scooby-Doo, I was fortunate that I started working with Andrea Romano, a director, an iconic director that now actually does appearances like this and signs autographs, because she's had her hands in everything. Warner Brothers, Hanna-Barbera, and she knew me for a long time. I worked on Justice League, and she knew better than any other casting director. Me and Dialects is a nice fit.
Yeah.
And so this character, he's Oliverio in Big Top Scooby-Doo. Look it up. It's a great cast. Peter Stormare, a lot of movie stars in this thing. He's an accent guy. He's from Argentina, but he's also a bit of a bully, and he looks just like me, and that's deliberate, and which is amazing that I I grew up loving the Scooby Gang. And so to, blow by blow, I'll tell you guys what was amazing for Scooby-Doo. We get to record these things there. It happens very infrequently. The whole gang, the whole cast, we were recording the script in order with each other. So I do have, Shaggy over here going Scoob and all that, and I've got Mindy Cohn over here doing Velma, and she sounds like Velma has always sounded, and it goes on and on. So being in the room with all these incredible voice actors, it's inspiring, it's exciting, but for a geek like me, again, remember I said the best acting is off camera? My best acting was not on microphone. It was me being like, hey man, how's it going? Right on? Oh, you are. And inside I'm like, Scooby-Doo, Frank.
It's hard to hold it down.
Yeah, totally. So it was amazing to be in the room with, legends and, great Delisle's Daphne. I mean, forget it. I've been very fortunate to be in these situations with real heroes and icons that now I consider friends and colleagues. So yeah, Scooby-Doo, that's a big one for me. You never know what people are going to plug in on, and people know my character that, I beat up Fred, for Pete's sake. I mean, I would love to go back to tell little boy me, you're going to beat up Fred from the Scooby Gang one day. It's going to be awesome. And you're going to scare Scooby and Shaggy. So yeah, no, it's awesome. What can I say?
Yeah, life goals.
Life goals, absolutely.
So what are you currently working on?
Post-COVID, we're all stashing our masks and all for this interview. It's just nice to be back, and for me, like I said, I'm a big geek, so I'm trying to be on the road as much as possible, but I do have a couple things happening going into the winter now that things are being loosened up. I mean, this is going to be real time capsule stuff, you guys, when we're talking about, what is he talking about? We're going back to work. But we haven't been working because of the nature of the world. We just haven't gotten back to shooting on camera, to even being in the booth with each other. I have some real exciting stuff, that non-disclosure agreements. I mean, I know it's very common, that NDA, that blasted NDA, I can't really say. But I would say follow my social media, and you will see what's going on with my work. I will say I'm doing a short called Misidentity, and it reunites Lester Spate, the Coal Train from Gears, and me, Dom Santiago from Gears of War, and it's a sci-fi short, very much in the vein of Blade Runner, very much in the vein of Ex Machina, for those people that know that film. If you like me, if you like Lester, if you like sci-fi, I think you won't be disappointed. But off the top of my head, we're shooting that next month. And I've got a couple things next year that I can't talk about, but let me see how I can be kind of precious about it. Oh, I'll say this. Those of you that love my characters will be very rewarded next year.
Good to know. Good to know. Any projects that you're wanting to have in the future? Like, do you want to do more voice acting, more producing?
Well, it's starting to become a cliche at shows that people ask me, is there a part you want to play that you haven't? I finally did get to play Batman,
Nice.
but it was for a toy, which was plenty for me.
Yeah,
Again, I'm a big
cool.
toy collector. My house looks like a very wealthy 10-year-old boy lives there. Okay, there's action figures everywhere, game consoles, and I got to be the voice of Batman and Killer Croc for a Play School and Mattel. Wait, Play School? No, it wasn't Play School. It's Fisher Price. Sorry, got to get that right. Fisher Price and Mattel toys. Again, they're on my social media.
Yes.
I was really excited, but I want to, I still have to put my stamp in my mind on Bruce Wayne. The Dark Knight is out there, but I want to play Bruce Wayne, so that's still out there waiting for me. I think we have a question.
I just noticed that.
I just noticed that too.
So what
Show
was
business,
it?
folks. We're very prepared.
We're learning. What was it like working with Patrick Stewart on Star Trek?
On Star Trek was the perfect, and I'm glad we got to this part of the interview. Star Trek was the perfect example of a geek being in a dream scenario and having to pretend like it's just work. Blow by blow, I'll say, walking around, because a lot of acting is waiting. Just waiting. And so I was waiting in a Starfleet uniform, and I was taking naps in the transporter, and I was, socializing with not just my cast, but the stages on Paramount Slot were next to Deep Space Nine. So we were having lunch together, and I'm pretending like, yeah, hey, what is it? And inside I'm like, and Patrick Stewart was one of those. I mean, Excalibur, it is, when there's actors around, we're all humbled. So what it was like, it was humbling in that it was the 7th season, because I'm not that old, okay, guys? It was the 7th season. It was the 7th to last episode. But it was also the only episode of Next Generation directed by Gates McFadden, Dr. Crusher.
Yeah.
And there was, this team had been together for 7 years, and we're already starting to shoot Generations, the first feature, Next Gen feature film. And so for them, it's, they're very comfortable together and all that. Yeah. I was thrown by a lot of things because I guess a part of me, that geeky part of me, I thought that I was going to be shooting this in space. I think that somehow subconsciously I felt like, why does the ship not make noise? And why is it so quiet? And I got to tell you, it's very different to hear Patrick Stewart's voice, Jonathan Frakes' voice, in dead silence, without the beeps from the ship. I was the pilot of the ship, so Brent Spiner taught me how to fly the ship because he's like, Carlos, we'll get letters if I push the wrong area,
Yeah.
And Patrick Stewart, of the entire cast, what I remember most is that he was so focused still. He still was doing the job. He wasn't chilling, he wasn't relaxed. I felt that everybody was sort of kind of relaxed, in the home stretch of going from doing the show for so long into features. And he was still, it seemed to me like the most important job in the world, which is kind of how acting should always be. Yeah. So he was inspirational, inspiring, and inspirational and inspiring, same thing. Inspirational and very motivating to do a good job and be like him.
Okay. We have another question. Can you walk us through the process of performing voice acting in video games?
Sure. The quick answer is if you can get the script ahead of time, do so. And it's uncommon, but if let's say you get it when you arrive at the session, know how to tear apart a script. Know where we're at, where you're at, what you're saying, what the context is. If you've thought about the character that you cast off of your audition, show up ready to go. And the process for me is always I show up to kill, to annihilate, and I don't apologize for it. So I show up with everything ready to go, whether I'm given new lines or new pages, or I've had it for a while. And once you're in the booth, then it's technical stuff that it's not in my control, is doing different takes that please not just the director, the casting director or the director, but pleases the client and the studio. I mean, sometimes they'll tell me, he's happy, but he's not that happy.
Yeah.
He's angry, but he's not that angry. So that's a lot of it. But video games specifically, to stay on topic with the question, when you get to exertions and efforts, that's when you throw out your voice. That's what they pay us the big bucks for, is that once we do a game, we don't work for a day or two afterwards because it's so taxing. Because they do, you're getting shot.
Yeah.
You're getting shot and really dying. You're getting shot and dying. I'm not going to do that one, but it's it's doing that over and over again. Or again, for the Gears fans, it would be so funny if there's no Gears fans and I'm doing all this Gears stuff. But a typical day is take cover, then take cover, then take cover.
Yeah.
So try doing that just for kicks in the shower or at home, and your voice, you'll need tea and honey afterwards. So that essentially is, you throw out your voice is what I'm saying when you do voice acting in video games. You just throw out your voice.
So to wrap up, how are you enjoying FanX?
This is arguably my favorite show. I started coming a few years back, and it's very special. Dan Farr and the team, they do a spectacular job of bringing out not just guests, but the best guests. No, I'm kidding. Right. I wasn't talking about me. The second it occurred to me to say the best guests, it sounds like I'm talking about myself. But no, people that I admire, people that people are excited to see. I mean, behind us is where the guests are, and I was looking at the lineup, and I'm always surprised that with my colleagues, then there's also movie stars that we admire, that we either grew up with or are hot right now on some Disney Plus show, or and they come from all kinds of pop culture, arenas. So it's very special. And this is where I plug my own stuff. Before COVID, so the last time there was a FanX, I love it so much, you see, Cherie, that I threw a party at a nightclub called Area 51. And it was just a perfect match. I wanted to have a place to go and to take my friends, and it's called Fanboy. Okay. And if you go to my social media, you'll see the flyer from 2 years ago. And God, 2 years ago, can you imagine? And now, I know, right? It's crazy.
It's crazy.
And then tomorrow night, the Friday night party at FanX is at Area 51. Is not meaning my party, not the official party, but it's close by, and it's very cosplay driven. So it's exciting to see people dancing to music I love, to stuff I like now, to vintage, Depeche Mode and New Order and things like that, and goth industrial people mixing with, Raven from Teen Titans and, Roger Rabbit. Cosplay, it really has a place in my world because I was a DJ in nightclubs. That's how I paid my way through grad school. And so music has always been a big deal for me. And this is a big geek party. I wanted to host a big party. So Fanboy 2 is tomorrow night. Find it on my social media.
Nice. So thank you so much, Carlos.
Cherie,
We appreciate
thank you. This
your
was really
time.
fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a great interview. I like it. We like talking about ourselves. So this is a great interview. I talked about me for the whole thing. Thank you.
Alsop, and I'm here with Melissa Dalton Martinez and Kevin J. Anderson.
Hello. Uh-oh, she's going to get it on.
You're
She
missing.
said that first.
Ooh, look at that. Okay, so I know that truly the big star here, and I'm so excited that I just jumped in on this interview because, well, I
Because
love
I
Kevin
wanted
J.
to be
Anderson.
surrounded by lovely ladies.
It's not a bad place to be.
Yeah. Okay, all of you sci-fi fans, you all know who Kevin J. Anderson is. And let's be honest, fantasy too, right?
Yes.
So Kevin let us in on a little secret that all of you FanX fans are definitely going to want to know, but I'm going to let him tell you the secret. Go ahead, tell him the secret.
My mom's lasagna recipe. What are we? Oh.
Although I hear that's pretty good.
Okay, so let's kind of retreat and introduce a little bit. One of the things that you might know me from is that I've written a whole bunch of new Dune novels with Frank Herbert's son Brian, and we've got a new trilogy that came out. The first one came out last year called The Duke of Caladan, and here at FanX, through a special permission from the publisher, we have copies of the new book, The Lady of Caladan, which is only here at FanX. The only place you can get it is here at FanX, because it won't come out for the rest of the world until next week. So normal people have to wait a week, but special FanX people get to get it this today and tomorrow, because I'll be here signing copies.
Awesome.
All right,
Or did
so-
you really want the lasagna recipe?
I actually would like that too,
Yeah,
though.
I'll have to send that somewhere.
So you'll be
Yes.
signing copies today and tomorrow. Lady of Calderon.
The
Did I
Lady of
say that
Caladan, and a bunch of my other Dune books, my Star Wars books, some H.G. Wells books. We have a whole big table called the Bards Tower. It's 1,201 or something like that on the show floor. Big tall thing with my picture on it, and Peter David and Stephen Sterling and Melinda Snodgrass. It's kind of like where all the cool authors hang out. Well, they're not all cool, but some of the really cool authors.
Most
are
of
there,
them, I would
yes.
say.
And we're kind of all there hanging out and signing books and answering questions, and would be happy to have you come over and see. I'm going to be there the rest of the day today and all day tomorrow, but I have to leave really early on Saturday morning because I'm getting an award in Denver on Saturday night. So
We
just can't be
should
there.
tell everyone a little bit more about that award. So I realized I was so excited to talk to Kevin that I didn't give a lot of intro on Kevin. I just said, you all know him, right? But
Oh, just talk about me some more, Melissa. Go ahead.
so like Kevin mentioned, so he has obviously works in writing in the Dune series with Brian Herbert, also Star Wars, and we also have. You have like a ton of books that you have too, but X-Files,
I think
for those that
literally a
remember
ton.
them. I
You could
literally,
put 'em-
like,
yes.
don't you have like 163 million books in print, something like that?
You're just exaggerating. It's 170 books and 23 million copies in print.
Right, sorry, only 23 million copies in print. But now, a lot of us don't know Kevin's actually a really good cook, so that lasagna recipe, you're going to want it too. All right, so Kevin, you have these books that you'll be signing, but you're also on some panels too, right?
I think so. I look at my schedule and I go where I'm supposed to be. I'm on a panel tonight at I think 6 o'clock about writing a successful series. And I honestly don't know what my schedule is yet tomorrow. It'll be in the FanX program book, but I'm always happy to talk if you want to come up to me at the table, or well, if I'm like running to the bathroom, that's probably not a good time to interrupt me, but I'd be happy to talk about my various projects. I have worked in comics, and I run my own publishing house, and I teach a graduate program in publishing, and I am a good cook, and I like to go hiking, and you know, why be a boring person? You try to do a bunch of different things. Sheree, you must have some questions, because Melissa, she just talks. and
Melissa's
talks
great.
and
I love
talks,
her.
yes.
I was wondering if you could tell us more about the Colorado Authors Hall of Fame that you're going to.
Yeah. So it was kind of a big, pleasant surprise for me. I found out a couple months ago that I am being inducted into the Colorado Authors Hall of Fame on Saturday night. It's me. They're also inducting Robert Heinlein and James Michener and Stephen King and some other authors too. So it'll be I have to put on my tux, which I hope I still fit it after COVID. And my wife is coming up, and she's probably right now in her closet trying to figure out what dress she wants to wear. But it'll be a kind of a impressive thing that I can put on my resume. And in fact, we have a bunch of award nominations and bestseller lists, and all of that stuff is great, but you know, as a writer, what I really like to do is write stories. I mean, I grew up as a fanboy. When I was a little kid, when I was babysitting other kids, we would play Star Trek, or we would play Space 1999, and we'd make up our own stories, and I would write some of them down, and I like to tell ghost stories, and I like to make up. When I was, I think, 12 years old, I had a manual typewriter, which is kind of like a steampunk laptop thing, and I plunked out my big epic fantasy about the magic sword and the evil monster on the other side of the map, and they had little adventures as they went across the mountains. And it was funny because I was growing up in Wisconsin, America's Dairyland, and I had never in my life seen a mountain, but I'm writing these stories about people going over the mountains, and at that time I thought that mountains were like what you saw in Bugs Bunny cartoons. You just went up and then right down on the other side. So those weren't my best descriptive writing. But
So you mentioned mountains, and this is something I think is really interesting for potential writers out there too. You are well known in a lot of the author community because you dictate a lot of your books while you're hiking in mountains.
Well, I was just talking with Brandon Sanderson about this on a previous discussion, where your creativity is inspired when you're moving. That just the fact of walking or hiking or in motion somewhere helps you kind of sink into this creative state. And so I used to just go out for a walk and I would think about my stories, and I got to the point where I was coming up with such great ideas and I couldn't get home fast enough to write them all down. And so I would instead carry a little digital recorder with me that I would go just tell notes to myself, like this space battle is laid out like this, or here's some cool things about the history of this monster. And it got to the point where I was basically telling myself the whole story. And I thought, well, this is more fun than sitting with my butt in a chair and typing all day long. So I got into the habit of and I love hiking, so that way I could go out hiking and say, I'm not hiking, I'm working. And I would get chapters done, and I'd have a typist transcribe them all. And that's kind of how I've trained myself to be the most productive. Is I've hiked 26 miles in a day, and I just get chapter after chapter done. And I like to go places where my cell phone doesn't ring because I don't have cell service, or I find that inspires me to be out in the forest or in the canyons or in the waterfalls and stuff. It's easier to think about fantasy worlds that way than if I'm just sitting in my little office and looking at my screen.
It's got to be fun for that little boy in you to actually be in the mountains.
Yeah. And it keeps me nice and exercised, so I can be fit and go out and do other things. So.
And I want to take this second to mention you also have nonfiction books. So for people that are interested in learning more about this technique, you have books.
Well, because I give a lot of writers workshops and teach writing and stuff, I've finally written up a bunch of my lectures into a little short series on specific subjects. And I've got a book on productivity and professionalism and world building, if you look up my name and those topics. And I also have one called On Being a Dictator, which I'm a dictator. I go out and dictate stuff. So because I get so many questions about that, like, how can you walk and talk at the same time? I go, well, as long as I'm not chewing gum while I'm doing it, I guess. But there are people who have tried it, that they take a recorder and they go, well, I tried this for 5 minutes and it just didn't work for me. Well, it's a learned skill. When you sat down at a keyboard, you didn't learn how to type in 5 minutes. You had to learn where the keys are, and it's something that gets better with practice.
So what's your favorite thing about teaching authors?
Well, I tend to learn as much as I teach. So when I'm working with other authors, because writing stuff is something that every person learns and puts together. Like, you learn this bit from this book, and this bit from this TV show, and this bit from this book that you read. And if I'm teaching my ideas to somebody, another author is going to go, oh, and I do that, but I use index cards instead, or they'll come up with other ideas, and I'm going, well, this is really cool, because you never should think that you've learned it all. And you should learn that there are other techniques, there are other tools, like using my recorder. If I had not started doing that, it would have changed everything the way I write. And instead, I like sitting outside. So I always sit out there with like a clipboard and a notepad and just kind of outline a story that way. Just because looking out at the trees in the park or something helps my brain go other places. And then the cats aren't bothering me and the doorbell's not ringing and all those other things.
So you have you have a new fantasy series. Tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, so I write science fiction and thrillers and mysteries and also epic fantasies. And one of the first books that I remember reading that really blew me away was Frank Herbert's Dune. So that inspired me about how great science fiction could be. But also, when I was just a kid in a small town in Wisconsin, and I had these big dreams, and I liked reading comic books, and I liked reading science fiction, and nobody else around me read anything like that. And I remember how it changed my life when I read The Hobbit, and then I read The Lord of the Rings. And I love big epic fantasies, and I'm really good at world building. So I did the history of these lands and the magic systems and the magical races and all these things, and then I built up this entire storyline. And the first book is called Spine of the Dragon, and the second one's called Venge War, like Revenge War, and then the third one's called Gods and Dragons, which is a very small title, I think, Gods and Dragons, and that one comes out in January. And the exciting thing is that the whole story is finished, but it just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger as I wrote it. But when you finish it, it feels like I'm triumphant, I crossed the finish line, but also it's this giant letdown, like, oh, it's over, now what do I do? Well, what I do is I write another Dune book or something else. So it just, I like to write all the time. It just keeps my energy going, and it keeps, it's like adding, feeding the fire for your imagination. So if you stop, then there's no new ideas coming. And I'm sure you know that authors, the most cliched question we always get is, where do you get your ideas? Well, as long as you keep getting ideas, then you don't stop getting ideas. And you keep using them. It's like priming the pump over and over and over again.
So I know you mentioned that you outline. Do your characters stay into those outlines, or they kind of go off on tangents you have to reel back in?
Well, I'm a pretty ruthless and strict outliner, because when I'm writing a 130 chapter fantasy epic with 30 main characters and everybody, it's like choreographing the line dance with the Rockettes in a big music hall. So you don't just want to turn them loose and everybody does their own dance step and hope that it turns up right. Another way to look at it is, if you're hiring somebody to build a house for you, you kind of hope they're going to do a blueprint first rather than just digging holes and putting up walls and hope it all works. And for me, it's even more important because I collaborate with so many people, with my wife Rebecca, with Brian Herbert, with Doug Beeson as another author. And if you don't both have the same outline, then who knows what that book's going to turn out like. And kind of a dirty secret is I hate rewriting. I hate throwing out an entire chapter that if I just planned better, I wouldn't have wasted my time writing it in the first place. And so I really like, my outlines can be like 80 pages long. So they're almost like a first draft.
So I'm going to bring up an oldie but goodie of one of your books. I don't know, it's not that old. But it was the first time I read it was just this past year when I was doing research on Jules Verne, Captain Nemo. So if you guys haven't read Kevin's Captain Nemo book, it's so fun. I loved it. For those that haven't read it, tell them a little bit more about it.
Well, Captain Nemo, I grew up reading Jules Verne and H.G. Wells, and I love the old Disney 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and I really loved the movie The Mysterious Island with all the little stop-motion monsters and things. And I had this idea about, what if I wrote the life story of Captain Nemo? And I connected it with, if he was the boyhood friend of Jules Verne, And Captain Nemo went off and had all these adventures that he fought pirates on a sailing ship, and he got marooned on a mysterious island, and he found a cave that led to the center of the earth, and then he took a balloon trip across Africa, and then he got captured and he had to build the Nautilus submarine. All these things just added together to the classic novels that we know from Jules Verne. And so Captain Nemo, as you know, because you've read it, it's the life story of this guy that had all these incredible adventures that Jules Verne wrote about. And to me, it's sort of like my fanboy homage to this guy that inspired me when I was a kid reading all the classic books.
And another thing I loved about it is you brought in history from other authors.
Well, that was by setting it in Jules Verne's lifetime. I had to read all this stuff about the mid-1800s France, and France went to war with sorry, it's been a long time since I wrote that. France went to war, let's just put it that way, with Mars or something like that. And researching all this stuff and researching Jules Verne's life, and Jules Verne was a really interesting author. He's so different from me in that Jules Verne never went anywhere. He wrote all these books about his great, extraordinary voyages and his inventions and everything, but he kind of never left his study in France. He read books and he researched things and he wrote books. And I like to go. I've been to 6 of the 7 continents. I counted. I've been to like 40 different countries, and I just try to see everything and experience things, and I like go to the deserts and the mountains and the jungles and the islands, and all this stuff gives me the details I need for my writing. But Jules Verne just like read about it in a book and then he wrote it, and not the way I want to do research. I mean, what's the fun in that, right? I guess you get to stay home, but.
Do you have a favorite genre to write in? I know you kind of have jumped around a lot.
We'll see. Do I have a favorite genre to write in? The thing is, I don't like to write the same thing all the time. And so if I just finished a big science fiction book, I like to maybe do a steampunk instead. Or I've got this really fun series of zombie private detective novels, which are like really stupid, like the Addams Family and the Munsters. And I like to just do corny stuff for a while, and then I'll do a really serious Dune novel, and I just like to write all the time. That's what my most fun is.
Great. And how have things been going for you here at FanX?
Well, I just arrived just before lunch, so I haven't had a whole lot of time. And I came in and I spent some time at the table, and I met some fans and autographed some books, and then I was off to a panel and then an interview, and now I'm here on the TV show, and then I'm going to go back to my table for a bit, and then I got a panel at 6 o'clock, and then I'll probably collapse by the time I get back to my hotel room.
One more day and off to Colorado.
Yes. Well, and then that's another thing there. But you want to keep doing interesting things with your life rather than just sitting around and I don't want my bucket list to be full when I'm gone. I want it to be everything checked off. So that's what I'm trying to do.
And I know we're about out of time, so one thing I want to make sure that I throw in there is you've all heard Kevin talking about the things that he teaches about, and so you too can hear from Kevin J. Anderson.
Let's a couple of things, but that's how I know Melissa for both of these. For 13 years now that I've been running this big writers workshop called Superstars Writing Seminars. It's in Colorado Springs, and Brandon Sanderson's one of the co-founders, and Eric Flint and David Farland and my wife Rebecca. And also I've been teaching a graduate program in publishing, and Melissa just got her master's degree last summer. And it's you can go to my website, it's wordfire, like wordsonfire.com. And there's a whole section on the graduate program there. So, and you can find other things too.
And make sure you guys are going to want to check out Superstars Writing Conferences. It's in February in Colorado Springs, Colorado.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Now back to FanX.
Hello, everyone. If you have ever had the pleasure of meeting Catherine Purdie, you know I am not Catherine, but she is not here at the moment, so we may just be waiting a few more minutes, or we'll try to set up another time for her to be here. So thank you guys for hanging out, and we will also still have Brandon Sanderson coming up soon, too. I'll just do a few today and then a few on Saturday. And then I'm not sure if I'm doing Hello, everyone. I am Melissa Dalton Martinez, and I'm excited to be the one that gets to interview Catherine Purdie.
Hello, I'm so excited to be here at FanX. Huge fan. Decided not to wear my Dalek costume this year, but you know.
Hey, there's still 2 more days of FanX, so in case you guys were still wondering, you still have Friday and Saturday you want to make it out here. Okay, so let's just jump right in. Tell us about your most recent duology.
My most recent duology is a young adult fantasy called Bone Crier's Moon. It's the Bone Crier series. The second one is Bone Crier's Dawn. So it's about kind of a siren type woman who ferries the dead. And she has to, you know, kill her soulmate in order to have the privilege of continuing to do so. Continuing to ferry the dead. So, you know, light subject matter.
But in the fantasy world, it's still fun.
Yes. So it's a very fun, adventurous book. Dark fantasy in the most fun way.
That's awesome. And so when you started this series, when did book 1 come out?
Book 1 came out 2020, like literally a week before everything shut down, at least here in Utah. So luckily it was in a lot of book boxes, so it still got a lot of publicity and did really well. But yeah, it was my pandemic baby, I guess you could say. And then book 2 came out this past March.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And you know, I kind of think coming out in 2020 is like a double-edged sword, but it's nice because people had more time to read.
Yes. A lot of people like have messaged me privately and like said, thank you, this book got me through like this dark time where I had to quarantine in my house. And so
that's fun.
It turns out, I guess, the way it's meant to turn out.
Yeah. Well, and I think your audience is a specific one that I think needed good books. I mean, we all do, right? We all need good books, yes. But YA or young adult,
yes.
I think for that age, that was an especially difficult time, and so keeping those fun fantasy stories is so important. And then so in case you guys don't know, Catherine is a New York Times best-selling author, and I want you to know about her other series. Tell us about that one.
So my debut series is a trilogy. The first book is called Burning Glass, and it is about kind of like a superpowered empath in a world that feels like turn of the century Russia, and she's put in a position where she has to guard a very mercurial emperor with her gift for sensing out emotions. So she can like sense threats through like how she's feeling things emotionally and then warn him. Maybe she falls in love with him. Maybe she also falls in love with his rebellious brother. Maybe there's a big love triangle and she changes the course of the future in her country. Maybe. You'll have to read it.
So I've got to know, are you an empath?
I am. That's why I decided to write a book about being a superpowered. I'm not a superpowered empath, but
not
I definitely.
That we know of.
Maybe. But so I donated a kidney to my brother in 2009, and in recovery from that, that's when I got this book idea, because if you go through a major surgery, it doesn't matter if it's a kidney, like even I've experienced this after like getting my appendix taken out. But for me, like when all of your energy is going towards physical recovery, like the mental defenses around your emotions, they wear down. And so I felt like I did feel more superpowered empath like during that time, in a bad way though. Like I couldn't handle like to see anyone suffer. It just absolutely broke my heart. And so I wanted that series is about like the dark side of empathy. That it's not, we think of it as like this beautiful gift, but depending on who you're channeling your empathy towards, it can work towards or against you.
Yeah.
So.
And then you're here at FanX. Are you signing these books?
Yes, I am. I believe I know I have a book signing tonight. I want to say
at the Printed Garden, right?
Yeah, it's following my panel. So our next guest here I know is Brandon Sanderson. I'm on the panel with him, and I know my book signing is after that. So I'm extra cool just because I get to sit somewhere near Brandon.
That's awesome. So. And for those of you that don't know where the booth is, it's the Printed Garden, and they are on aisle 100. So you're going to want to go and check out that. And then your panel with you and Brandon and a couple other folks is at 6 p.m.
Yes.
So if you're watching this and you're not here at FanX right now, you should hurry and get here. There are really cool things going on tonight. So tell me, what's been your favorite thing about FanX so far?
Oh my goodness. You can't find I just feel like it's the ambiance, the atmosphere, and for me, like an empath, it's just like, whoa, so many people together in the same place, in the same space, that love the same kind of things. Like you don't find this in your neighborhood or even sometimes your school, and it's really strange. It's like there's so many of people like me. Like this is a tribe, and it's a huge tribe, and it feels awesome to feel that energy and be a part of it.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I think it's interesting that your series is involving an empath, because I don't know about you, but I feel like there's maybe a little bit of extra joy here this year than in past years, because we're all so excited.
Yes, it's like I'm not wearing a mask now, but we're wearing a mask as we walk around. But people are just so grateful to be here, to be celebrating the things we love, in any way possible. Like last year, we didn't get to do FanX because things were a little bit harder during the pandemic during that time, and now we've figured out kind of a way to work with it and just celebrate the things we love, and life can move on and there's still hope.
Yeah, I love that. All right, so I know we don't have a lot of time left, but I just want to say, can you tell us what book you're working on right now? Just give us like a 30-second, here's my secret, here's what's coming.
I'm currently trying to sell a book to my editor right now. It's in her hands, and basically it's a mashup of all the Grimm fairy, like the most famous Grimm fairy tales.
Awesome.
Very twisted and dark, all in one story. So kind of like The Village meets Once Upon a Time.
Oh, I'm looking for that. Thank you so much, Catherine. And I mean, guys, you're going to want to go check out the panel, 6 p.m.
Yes.
And check out her signing at the Printed Garden later this evening. And thank you so much for joining FanX TV.
You're very welcome. Glad to be here.
And thank you, everyone out there watching FanX TV. And tune in a few minutes, because we'll have Brandon Sanderson up next. Hello, everyone. So I'm sure you all are just as excited for this one as I am. My name is Melissa Dalton Martinez. This guy right here doesn't really need an intro, but this is Brandon Sanderson, and I just want to jump right in.
Hello.
Okay, so Brandon, one of the things that I find super interesting about you is that you write a lot of books, but you also do a number of other things too, like your Writing Excuses podcast, and you also teach at conferences. So right now, what's like your biggest project you're working on?
Lately, my biggest non-writing project is probably building my YouTube channel. We kind of jumped feet first into YouTube when COVID hit, and a lot of the touring tapered off, and we're like, well, let's do this instead. So actually at FanX, I've been doing these interviews with people for my YouTube channel. I've been grabbing people and doing my own set of interviews and things like that. So that's been very fun. So we're building that up.
Awesome. And then I noticed on your website, you just mentioned something earlier this week with a big weekly update announcement. Yes. In case you guys haven't checked his weekly announcement, tell us what that is.
We are going to be doing our own convention. For years, my team, I have a big team that runs booths at conventions and things. They're like, we want to run our own. I'm like, do you really want to run a convention? It is a big headache. The people out here are laughing who are involved in FanX. They're like, yeah, it's an enormous headache. And they're like, yes, please. So I said, you can run a con as long as it's in conjunction with a book release. So it's kind of like a big festival for a book launch. So we'll have a 2-day we call it a mini con because it's only 2 days, but it'll go with the release of my new book in November, the Thanksgiving weekend. The Monday and Tuesday of Thanksgiving weekend, we'll be having a little convention. You can go buy tickets, and you can buy a ticket that comes with a signed book and stuff like that.
Awesome. Well, and you've been coming to FanX for years and years.
Yes, since the first one.
What year was that?
I have no idea. I know that there was like someone else who tried to start a Comic-Con style thing in Salt Lake that didn't go very well, and it kind of. And then FanX came in and like, no, we're going to do this right. And so I'd gone to the week attempts at one because I've been going to, around the world comic celebrations and pop culture celebrations for years, and I wanted one in Salt Lake. And so whenever that first one was, I was here.
That's awesome. And now you are a Utah native, right?
Well, I grew up in Nebraska. So I claim Utah now. I've been here over 20 years, but I actually grew up out in the middle of nowhere in Nebraska.
Wow. Okay, I did not know that. So see, I'm learning much. All right, and then you are on a lot of panels this weekend, or was it just today?
No, I'm here all weekend. I don't know how many panels I'm on. At this point, I just kind of get steered places. I show up and people, surround me and move me places. I do know I'm on a panel today at 6, and we're doing my signings this year at my booth. They're ticketed. The tickets are free, but they're in like little increments so that we don't give a big line. We're trying to avoid, number one, disrupting the people around us. And previous years, FanX stuck me in my own room off by myself, so we didn't do that, which was actually good. But then our signings went really late. We're trying to deal with that and also COVID protocol. So you get a ticket and you come at your time, and you won't have to wait in line very long. And but those tickets are limited.
So that means you need to check your FanX app and or just go to Brandon's booth and talk to the awesome people that he has there, and he can tell you more. Okay, so now we want to hear about this book coming out in November.
So in November, I have the third of my Skyward series, which is young adult Top Gun in space sort of thing. So number 3 of 4. I'm actually just gearing up in about a week to start working on the 4th one, and that will be the end of the series. But I'm doing something cool with this one. We're releasing some novellas around it that are side stories of characters to kind of give more depth to the world. I'm kind of enamored with this whole, the Marvel television show they've been doing where you get like 6 episodes and you're like all steeped in WandaVision for 6 weeks. And I'm like, can I do something like that? So we have the novel in November, and we have in about a week launching a novella that is a tie-in, and then we'll have another novella, and then December, January, we'll have a third one. And all kind of 4 of these work together to tell one larger story.
I love that. And I'm with you on the Marvel shows. I'm such a, what day is it? Is it on today? I'm totally like that, too.
Avoiding spoilers for those things has been impossible.
Oh,
it
my
is so
goodness,
hard. You have
yes.
to watch them at midnight. Otherwise, someone is going to spoil them for you.
Or don't get on social media at all right after.
Yeah, exactly.
So also, your fans are the same way. They like to jump on the second they can read your book and read it. And so if you don't get Brandon's book the day that it comes out, you might need to avoid social media until you've read it.
Yes, that is true. The fans are very dedicated, and I love them for it.
And you've been writing for a long time, and I wanted to just ask real quickly, what was it that made you decide to go into the genre that you're in? Because I've been lucky enough to hear from you at conferences where you've talked about how you have to write a certain number of bad books first.
At least I did. I don't know if everybody does, but I had to write some terrible books before. For those who don't know, I wrote 13 novels before I finally sold one, and it was number 6 where I started to actually figure out what I was doing. My first 5 novels, all unpublished to this day because they're terrible, were all 4 of them were in different genres. I had 2 epic fantasies, 1 comedy, 1 cyberpunk, and 1 space opera. And it was just me taking all the things that I love to read and trying them out on my own to see where my voice fit. And I had suspected it was epic fantasy. Magic systems, I love a really cool magic system. I hadn't tried really writing them back then, but that's just something that appeals to me. And so 2 of those were epic fantasies. And by the time I was done with those 5 novels, I knew. I'm like, all right, this is what I want to do. I have a love of all of these things. Skyward is space opera, right? But epic fantasy was the thing I thought would break me out, the thing I was most excited to write, and the thing that I wanted to be known for. And so I then threw myself into it, and the rest of those 13 novels, all 8, were all epic fantasy. I didn't start writing science fiction again until I established myself doing the thing I wanted to do.
Yeah, I love that. And I think you bring up such a good point, the importance of also reading in the genres that you write.
That is true. That's, the two secrets to becoming a writer are to read and to write. Very easy, but difficult to necessarily apply. But yeah, I feel like the best books generally come as part of a larger conversation with the genre. Response is two things. You could say that my entire career was a response against the grimdark movement, which was indeed a response against the kind of high fantasy movement of the 80s and early 90s, right? And so these things are all kind of pushes and pulls and conversations, and when I say respond against, it doesn't mean I dislike that. It's just like the genre's going one way, now let's zig the other direction while they're zagging and see what kind of new stories we can tell now that we have this broader foundation.
Yeah, and I know something I think about with you as a writer is that you are also really good at testing boundaries in writing in genres that maybe somebody may have said you can't write a book this long, and you would say, yes, I can.
Well, I do what I feel is best for the story, regardless, and what I'm interested in. So I do a lot of genre bending and things like that. But at the same time, readers like that. We like a mix of the familiar and the strange. That is what drives us to stories, right? When we pick up a sequel, we don't want the same book, but we want the same emotions in some ways that we got loving that book, and then maybe some new stuff. And writing books is all about kind of channeling your passions into creating those emotions in people.
I love that. All right, so I know we're wrapping up in a couple minutes, but with my last one, I'm going to ask you, if you can pick, what would you say your favorite series is that you've written? I know it's like picking a favorite child.
So, Robert Jordan answered this question once, long before I was involved in his series, and he said, my favorite series or book is whatever I'm working on now, and my favorite character is the one I'm writing at the moment. And so I always respond that. My favorite is what I'm doing now. I can't afford it to be otherwise because I need to give my all and my best. And so right now, that's the fourth Wax and Wayne Mistborn novel, which is what I am finishing up right now, and it'll be coming out next year. And then in a week or two, it'll change to Skyward 4.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Brandon. And thank you all for watching FanX TV. And remember, check out Brandon's booth and find out when his signings are so you can get one of the limited tickets. And also, you're about to get on a panel. So if you're already at FanX, go to the panel that's coming up in just a few minutes.
Yeah, I think it's in 250A.
250A. Awesome. Thank you so much, and see you next time on FanX TV.
And welcome back. I'm Tori Pence, and I'm here with the artist Robert Bruno. Hello, Robert.
Hello, Tori.
How are
and
you doing today?
Hello, FanX.
Wonderful. It's good to have you all here on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube at FanX.tv. I'm excited to chat with you, Robert, about art and about making.
I'm excited to always chat about art.
Oh, wonderful. Let's get into it. All right. I'm going to dig in. Hard questions first.
I'm ready.
How did you even get into what you do? Could you tell the people what you do, how you create, what's going on here?
All right, I'll start with the first one.
Uh-huh.
I had always been drawing as a kid.
Excellent.
And it was the type of thing where I'd have my friends come over. We're talking like 5, 6, 7 years old.
Ooh.
And, you know, this was pre-phones, video games, all that. So we'd just be doodling. And my parents just kind of noticed that some of my drawings were, let's say, better than my friends.
I love this. I'm imagining your parents just like, oh, Robert, look at you, skillful.
But the thing is, they were kind of confused because neither of my parents do art.
Really?
My dad was a police officer. My mom was a college professor. So they were kind of just like, what's happening?
Yeah, you just sprang fully formed out of
yeah.
nothing.
And it just kind of progressed. And thankfully, I had a really great teacher in high school who kind of mentored me. He kind of presented the idea like, hey, if you want to do this professionally, it's an option.
Wow.
I ended up going to Pratt Institute, a serious art school in Brooklyn. That's where I live and work now. And it kind of progressed organically from there.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Now, what is it like? What is your bread and butter now?
So I kind of split my time between the entertainment and sports industries.
Oh, wow.
I chose both of these because it is two fields that I love and I'm very passionate about, and I'm very grateful and privileged that I can create work for two fields that I enjoy so much.
I know when you go to art school, the prevailing feeling a lot of the time is you're going to make art, it's going to be important, and you're not going to make any money whatsoever.
Unfortunately, that is the narrative. And for me, I really represented the term starving artist for many years post-college.
Yeah.
So it's a real thing.
Oh, yes.
For sure.
As a starving artist, your go-to meal?
I was like straight up peanut butter and jelly, but multiple times a week. It was, I mean, that's how it was.
See,
you save money anytime you can.
There we go. I had a friend who had so much peanut butter in that way that he became allergic to it.
Oh, no.
So just, if you're an artist out there, be careful, is what we're trying to say.
I guess the other one is ramen.
Oh, yeah, as you should.
Yeah.
It's a staple of everyone who's trying to create.
Yes.
So, on that note and in that vein, at what point did you realize, this is viable, I want to start making art for people? How did you decide what mediums you'd be using, how you'd be creating?
I think I had to come to, I always believed in myself, but, having parents that didn't have this background, they started putting more and more pressure when the art wasn't translating to money.
Yeah.
Which is understandable. So it wasn't it was 3 years after I graduated that I got my first commercial job. So I guess it was when that happened, I just kind of took all that momentum and just kept it rolling.
Yeah.
It was the Philadelphia Eagles, actually, that gave me my first big break, as they call it.
How did you get that?
I emailed every single art director of every single sports team in every single league. Yeah.
With your work, just in the
it was
the subject heading.
I was I don't know 22, so I'm like, hey, my name's Robert. I do sports art, and I'd love to collaborate. So
incredible, and they were just
email me back, please.
That is gutsy.
Yeah,
that's and it
but
worked.
You have to. And the thing is, my whole, I guess, I don't know. Well, what I'm all about is nothing will happen if you don't ask.
There we go.
People could say no, but that's literally the worst thing that can happen.
Is they're just gonna be like, nah,
right?
It's not gonna do much to you.
Right.
150%. It's frightening in a way.
Of course it is, but then it's so rewarding.
There it is.
Yeah.
Because look at you. You're making beautiful art.
I'm as happy as I can be. Very fortunate, and we're just kind of rolling with it.
Yeah. So. It's been a weird couple of years.
It has.
For everybody.
It has, yeah.
But as a creator, I know being stuck inside, not able to go out and experience things really, and have your creative bones filled. How did you get through that?
I definitely gave myself a week to be angry and upset. And I think that was important because I had to just deal with all the feelings and emotions I was having, and that then allowed me to do a full reset. All right, now you took your time to be sad for yourself.
Yeah.
Now you have to figure it out. So obviously all my sports jobs and prospective clients and whatnot, that was all canceled or put on hold. Comic-Con shut down. So now I'm literally relying on print sales on my site, which was intimidating, but it ended up being almost a blessing in disguise because it gave me what I hadn't had in years, which was time.
Yeah.
Time to work on personal projects, different mediums that I had wanted to use, and that was honestly amazing. It was a horrible thing, but in a way, I can pull a lot of positives from it.
That's wonderful.
Just, career-wise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's been a lot of people's experience. Just
Yeah.
like, I've unlocked some potential I did not know I
100%.
had, which, congratulations, the world is what it is, and we're crushing
Yeah.
it.
Cheers to us.
Cheers to all of us. Now, if you're stuck in an elevator with someone who really wants to know what you do, yeah, you've got let's say 2 sentences. I'll give you, many words. 2 sentences to tell them the best possible advice you can give them for what you're doing here.
The first thing I would say is don't ever stop believing in yourself and your vision for yourself and your life. And I would also say you need to develop a thick skin for what other people are inevitably going to say to you.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I think today it's easier for people to be negative than positive.
Yeah.
We see just nonsense on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, left and right.
Yeah.
So, you just have to stay true to yourself, and you have to believe in yourself and what you want to do.
Amen.
Yeah.
Now, I know it's exciting to be sitting with someone with such creative ability. Like, truly,
Thank
you
you.
have a gift. It's really wonderful.
Thank you.
For those people out there who've always wanted to draw, who've always felt like I like this, but haven't felt like they have the ability at any bit of their bones. They love it, but they just can't quite get it to translate onto paper.
Yeah.
One line of advice for them.
Like me, it's something if you want to be great at something, you have to just dedicate hours and hours to working on, and I won't even say perfecting. It's really just continuously working on and honing your craft. I mean, I don't think that's exclusive to art. I think that's across all fields and mediums. You're gonna have to put in the work. I think one thing that our generation kind of falls into is that instant gratification, and unfortunately for this field, I don't think that's realistic.
Yeah, it's blood, sweat, and tears, and a lot of love.
Literally is. Yeah, a lot of love.
Well, thank you for your blood, sweat, and tears and what you do.
Oh, my pleasure. I'll keep giving them.
Excellent and incredible. So where can people find you here at FanX?
I am at booth 1535 in kind of the main area over there. We have pretty much my entire portfolio. We
Incredible.
have film posters, character prints, some watercolor prints. The whole gamut.
Excellent. So head over to Robert Bruno's excellent booth for some really spectacular art and some really chill time.
I
pretty chill
think
dude.
that sums up my booth pretty
I
well.
like that very much. FanX, thank you for being here. Come on down if you get the opportunity. We'd love to see you. And thank you, FanX TV.
Take care.
Hey viewers, I'm Matt Wisnowski. I'm the producer of FanX TV this year, and I just wanted to give you guys a quick backstage behind-the-scenes tour so you can have an idea of what's going on. So let's take a look. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the FanX TV set. As you can see, we've gone with the retro 80s theme this year. We've got a Sega Genesis. We've got a Super NES. Actually, Super NES is up there. We've got some retro videos and stuff like that. It's pretty awesome, pretty epic. Let's take a look at the cameras. Over here we have Matt manning the boom camera. The boom cameras are money shot. You get a nice overhead look on the stage, some nice sweet smooth pans. Here, come take a look at the screen over here and take a look at the shot. It takes a lot of talent to run this thing. It's a multitasking fiasco if you don't know what you're doing. On the end of the boom here, we have a FreeFly Movi. It is a gimbal stabilizer, so it's got motors in there that actually holds the camera level to the ground. Pretty cool. Up on stationary camera, we have Eli. Eli is one of our super talented cameramen this year for FanX TV. I just want to introduce you to him. Let's take a look at the backstage computers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to Mitch. Mitch is running our visualization software here. Come take a look back here at the screens. Let's see what he sees here. Mitch, you want to tell us what we're looking at?
Yeah, so I mean, we've got all the graphics set up for FanX TV. We've got everything from the countdown timers that we use to start the show to any of the individual lower thirds that we use to introduce people on the show. So anyways, it's really great.
Yeah, he's got a live view so he can see what the camera people sees. He can also see the final output with the graphics on the screen. We've got lower thirds. All right, I want to bring the audience to my good friend Lance. We couldn't have done this without Lance and all of the behind the scenes work that he's done to put this show on. Lance is running the soundboard and the light board and the video switcher and the video stream. He's like what we like to call these days a Renaissance man. He's a master of all. He's been doing this for a long time. It's really, really cool to have his help and talent on the stream. And that's it for the backstage tour, audience. I just wanted to show you how excited we are to be able to provide FanX TV live stream for you. If you want to see more content, head over to the website, fanx.com. Fanx.tv is our live streaming endpoint this year. If you head over to fanx.tv, you can see the stream live. And yeah, guys, we can't wait to show you what we've got. Hey viewers, FanX TV is located in the VIP lounge, which is the northwest wing of the building. Come get your VIP tickets. Join us in the live audience. We'd love to have you. We'd love to show you the show this year. We've worked really hard to put it together. We can't wait to have you join us. FanX TV 2021.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Let's begin again. Is yours working? There we go. Excellent. Well, hi, FanX TV. Good to have you and good to hear my voice. I don't know. I don't want to be that person, but it's nice to hear me. I'm Tori Pence, and I'm here with the magnificent and fabulous Greg Peters, an animator and a creator of glory and art and deliciousness. Right? Is that a good description?
Yeah, I would say so.
That's what I say to myself every day. I'm like, I'm delicious, I'm delightful, I'm a wonderful person. So, I want to know all about how you came up as an illustrator, as an artist, and specifically Animaniacs. Because, I mean, again, I'm a child of the 90s. I am a youth who only knows the United States of America through the songs and the Animaniacs. So, how did you get started in animation? How did you become who you are?
Okay. The artistic talent actually runs in the family.
Uh-huh.
My dad was the head technical illustrator for
wonderful.
General Dynamics.
So he did
Well, he designed a lot of battleships. And a lot of stuff in NASA, real technical stuff.
So was he disappointed in you that you decided to do cartoons and not ships of war?
Yeah, I used to come up from elementary school, and there'd be like battleships circling around our swimming pool.
Oh my goodness!
So, and I was like, what is that? And my mom was like, well, that's one of the battleships that was built that your dad designed.
Oh, incredible!
That's a model of it. So
just floating in the pool.
Yeah.
So how did you go from the art of war to the art of cartoon?
Okay. My mom's sister also went to the same art school my dad did. As a matter of fact, my aunt and my dad were dating before my dad and my mom.
Oh,
so,
there's drama in the Peters family.
But he somehow got mad at her and he kicked her out of his car. And so she was like, when my mom brought him home, she was like, oh no, not him.
How did she let her marry him? Anyway, I mean, I could stay on this conversation for the next 45 minutes, but I'm more interested in you and your life. So tell me more. Tell me more.
Yeah.
You got from your aunt who went to the same art school as...
I think that's where I got the cartoony side from because she was more on that side.
Ah.
So when you smash the two together, then you come up with me.
There you are. So you, what was the first project that you worked on, animation-wise?
It was for Hanna-Barbera.
So for those of you, those who have not seen, would you explain in like one sentence? Do you think you can?
Yeah. Fender Benders. Fender Bender 500 was a racing cartoon, kind of like their 1967 series of Wacky Races, except Fender Benders had like old characters in it, like Yogi Bear and Huckleberry Hound.
Oh wow.
Cook Donald Grower.
Okay, so
those guys, they were racing around in cars, but it was pretty much like the old Wacky Race cartoon.
all right. So you did take a little bit of your dad's ability into the world.
Yeah.
Incredible. So how did you move from there to Animaniacs? Because that's a
Animaniacs. I was at Disney's, and Timon and Pumbaa was brought to a stop, a TV series.
Oh wow.
Because the producers, they actually sold the show to CBS with the premise that Simba was going to be in the series.
Ooh, drama!
And yeah, when they found out that it wasn't the case.
Unhappy people. Because I
Yeah.
remember the Timon and Pumbaa show. I remember the 2 seconds that it happened on television, and then it did just kind of float into the ether. And there's just behind the scenes drama going on.
Yeah, anyway, Animaniacs and Warner Brothers. The day after we had that big meeting where they were going to lay everybody off for 3 months, I couldn't because my first son was just born.
Oh wow.
So it would have been bad. So I started bringing my portfolio and taking it into Disney just in case. If I got a hold of somebody and they wanted to see my portfolio from a different studio. The first person I called was a friend of mine from Cal Arts, and he was like, well, hey man, I'm getting ready to split because I'm going to go over to Marvel. So if you want to come over here and take my place, I'll tell the producers and directors about you.
Oh wow.
So I agreed to it, and then like an hour later, I got a call from Liz Holzman, And she was like, Daryl just told us all about you, and we want to meet you.
Oh, wow.
So can you come over here right now?
So it's the best. Okay, what I can read from this is, if you want to get into this business, have friends already in the business.
Friends definitely help. As a matter of fact, every job that I've had in animation is because I knew somebody.
Oh, wow.
And a couple of times it was the same people. So,
I know that feeling of. I have had, I think, a group of friends that the only reason they work is like they give each other work. And not the only reason. They're talented, wonderful people. But it is so important to just be a person that people like. Because otherwise, people aren't such a fan of giving you business. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Awesome. If you keep it to the bow right there. So,
yeah,
I want to hear all the things. So bring them right here, and I'm going to hear. If you would tell me, what was your favorite thing to animate?
My favorite thing to animate?
Just over all the span of your career, what was the most exciting? Like, what brought you the most joy to bring to life?
That's a really good question because I am heavily into Hanna-Barbera, the old stuff.
Yeah.
The Flintstones are my blood. Yeah, I spent a lot of years watching this show like 4 or 5 times a day, and it didn't change all through my life. So all through growing up, even into the 20s, until about the time I went to art school, it was like every single day. I never missed an episode, 3 or 4 times a day. But my favorite project was probably Pinky and the Brain.
I feel like it's a good many people's personal favorite is Pinky, because I think most of my generation might believe they're Pinky. Like, we're either Pinkies or Brains, but most millennials are all just kind of.
And here's a story about Pinky and the Brain.
Oh, yes, please.
It's a continuation of what I was talking about before when Liz Holden called me.
Mm-hmm.
So when I got over to Warner Brothers, she was like, well, Animaniacs just ended, and that's why Daryl is leaving. But we know we have a pickup for Pinky and the Brain, and it'll start somewhere in the next 6 months.
Oh.
So what we're going to do is we're going to hire you. We'll pay you $1,400 a week to sit here and do nothing. Because we never got a pickup.
Excuse me, the dream?
That won't happen these days.
No. What in the world? How did you? Okay.
Yeah, well, the reason why I thought is because we don't want you to go running back to Disney.
Oh, there we go. I love that. They're paying you for the potential of your ability. That is incredible. I'm like a little sad for you that you couldn't figure out how to keep that going. I'm just like, wow, you can't hire me yet. You're gonna have to keep paying me this money to sit here and enjoy the air.
Yeah.
That would drive me nuts, though.
Yeah, well, they were like, go shopping in the Sherman Oaks Galleria.
You know.
Do whatever you want to do. We just don't want you to go running back.
Here's my card. Get a bit of Chanel.
Yeah.
Incredible. So I just finished working on a show with Paul Rugg, who was one of the writers for Animaniacs, which it's a whole bizarre world of weird jokes and music that fits with every step. How do you, as an animator, when did you come in to the process? Did you help with the design of the characters, or were you just, oh wow, so from the top?
It was design, character design.
Incredible. So did you have a specific character that you focused on?
Yeah, what they do is they would give you a dialogue track and a script. And it's up to you to come up with a look of whatever that character is going to look like.
Wow.
And you got to design the character so that it would be believable that voice would come out of that character.
Mm-hmm. So did someone hand you a sheet or an audio track of someone going, Brain? And you said, okay, this guy is skinny. This guy has big old weird ears, that kind of feeling. That's incredible.
Yeah.
So as someone with years of experience in the world of animation, 25 years plus?
Since 1990.
Good gravy, yeah. So you've been doing this longer than I've been alive.
Yeah.
And like these days, that's not young anymore. So if you could give a word of advice for young animators who are trying to begin that process, what would it be?
study every form of art because animation is an art form that combines every single art form is combined in animation. Acting, drawing, even sculpting, because you have to feel out the character's volumes in your head. So if you know how to sculpt, you actually develop a feeling for that. Music, everything comes together in animation. So yeah.
It is.
So
it is
learn
the
everything you
art.
can.
All right, learn. I think that is truly my favorite advice I've ever heard. Just learn everything you can. Whatever sticks, makes you great.
I would say so.
This has been a true delight talking to you about animation and art in general. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us on FanX TV. If you have the opportunity, come down to FanX. Would you once more give the people your name and where you'll be here at FanX?
Yeah.
Where can they find you here in the building?
What did you just say? Well, I'm Greg Peters, character animator. Right now, I work at home, in the studio, but still doing a lot of stuff for Pinky and the Brain and Animaniacs.
That's right, because the reboot, how did I not?
So,
oh,
yeah.
I have failed you all.
25, 28 years later, I'm still drawing them. So.
I am congratulations on being able to work and work and work and work. It's incredible. Everyone, thanks for joining us. Come on down to FanX and have an excellent day. A salute and a bye to the people.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Good evening and welcome back to FanX TV. My name is Dane Johns and I'm part of the programming committee, and I am here with comic creator and artist Alex Saviuk. Alex, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing fine. Thank you very much.
I don't know that you're coming through on there.
Hello?
There it is.
Oh,
there it
there
is.
you go.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect, perfect. Alex, we had a chance to chat downstairs earlier, and I told you I'd be talking to you a little bit, kind of not necessarily about your long and very excellent career with DC and Marvel Comics, but I wanted to try to get to some stuff that people wouldn't be able to just find on Wikipedia.
Okay.
So my first question for you is as an artist, as a creator, when someone gives you a brand new character to draw, someone you've never done professionally, how do you approach that?
Well, usually they will give me a description of what they have in mind. Case in point, I would say back in around 1987, 88, I was working on Web of Spider-Man. And the second book that I was working on, we were introducing Tombstone. Okay? And Jerry Conway, who basically, I say co-created because I designed it from his words. So he gave me a couple of sentences on how he felt the character looked. He said he was an albino. He had kind of a buzz cut like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Commando. He filed his teeth down so that they were pointy. And basically, he was an enforcer, would wear probably a dark suit. And that was pretty much it. So just from those images, I'm thinking buzz cut. I kind of somehow thought just by giving him more of a skull-looking face, it would make him look more menacing. And so all I did was really add that upturned nose and then, you know, the long area between his nose and his mouth. And I gave him the proverbial square jaw like everybody has. And he was albino, so his eyebrows were white. Everything about his face, his hair was white. And just gave him a snarl. And that was dressed him up in a suit, and that was pretty much it. He was fairly easy to do in that sense. A harder one was a character called Nighthawk. Okay, Nighthawk was created in Web of Spider-Man by Terry Cavanaugh.
Yep.
And he had me design it, I guess, because in a way to kind of resemble almost like Spawn.
Okay.
Okay. So I went as far as I could to try and make it different. And then even when it was done, I showed them the picture. And I said, "Are you sure this is not too close for us to get in trouble?" And they said, no, looks great, looks great. So I said, okay, so we'll go with it. And we did. And I don't think we ever had I never read any bad press about, oh, Mo, this guy looks just like Spawn, but he doesn't look just like. The usual thing is, I think if you change something up by 25%, you can get away with it.
Yeah, and at least avoid lawyers that way, right?
Yes, exactly. Now I might get labeled as, gee, the guy can't come up with anything better than that. I mean, come on. But still, we went with that. But then by the time he got his own series, I think for a 12-issue series, they changed his cape around a bit and a couple of things in his costume to still maintain the look, but just be a little bit different. The cool thing about that character is that a couple of years ago, I found out that Spike Lee was interested in picking that up and turning it into a film. But I'll be old and gray by the time that. Oh, wait a second, I'm there already.
I skipped that. I went all the way down so no one could see me turning gray.
Right, I see that. When I first met you downstairs, somebody said, the gentleman there said, "Who's hosting?" I said, "Well, the guy came by and had a red wig on." Or no, he had red hair. Yeah, and I didn't realize it was you.
Yeah, I was wearing a wig for cosplay, and so that I have to go all the way down, otherwise it's just way too hot.
Gotcha.
So what's harder? Doing something like that, where you're taking Nighthawk or somebody and drawing a new take on, or a wholly new character, or taking something someone else has done and making it your own?
Well, the thing about making it your own is the fact that, I guess, when you look at both companies, Marvel and DC, they have, I think DC, maybe more so than Marvel, they have style guides. So now at DC, I guess the big style guide artist was Jose Luis Garcia Lopez. And if you got that style guide, you'd say, well, if that's what he's supposed to look like, I'm going to follow that to the best of my ability. Not that I'm going to draw like Garcia Lopez, but whatever parameters he uses for the way he draws the S or something like that, you try to get as close as possible. For example, well, let's see, my favorite version of Spider-Man was John Romita Sr.'s. Okay, so when I first started drawing Spider-Man, I basically had that in mind. Then when Todd McFarlane's version became so popular, where he made him, let's say, more spidery, as they said, with his knee up to here and the big eyes and a million webs in the costume, they asked me, Jim Salicrup, the editor, said, hey, I've asked Sal Buscema and Tom Lyle, Mark Bagley, whoever else was working on Spider-Man at the time, to just try and sort of get a little bit of the McFarlane-isms into your work, just because we want to try to keep the look a little bit more consistent. So basically, my character then ended up being sort of a like a conglomeration, like a merging of Todd and myself. So I was still a little bit more realistic than he was, but I had the big eyes, I had all the Ditko webbing and stuff like that. And of course, you're drawing that new webbing, which looks like it's, oh my God, it's a pain in the neck to do, but it looks cool when you do it. That's the thing, yeah.
Good. So speaking of Todd McFarlane, I had a chance to ask Todd Knock, that's what brought me there, a question a couple of years ago on an online. I asked, have you ever looked at work someone else has done for a book you've worked on and gone, I really wish they hadn't done that?
Oh.
Were they drawn something and you're like, I could have done that way better?
Oh.
What's the worst reaction, I guess, you've ever had to someone else's comic work?
Well, I'd have to say that I started working on a Phantom story once for Moonstone.
Okay.
And somehow it worked out that he said, oh man, I can finish it, in about 3 or 4 weeks, but I can't do it now. After the first 6 pages, well, that's what I thought, but I didn't go out on social media and go, hey guys, did you see that? That was the one that I should have done, and I would have done it 10 times better. I didn't do that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess there's probably an artist code, right, where you don't tear each other apart. What did we break? We are. Oh, is that the blue one dying?
That book done every 3 weeks. Because after my job was done, I turned in, let's say, 7 or 8 pages every week, and then it's got to go, they take Xeroxes, they send the Xeroxes to the writer, who has to then put in the captions and dialogue. Meanwhile, the artwork goes to the inker, so he can ink it, catch up, and then it gets colored, so by the time that month is over, that book's ready to go.
How many, so you mentioned it goes to the writer. Do you get the dialogue ahead of time so you can, and the story points, or do you get like an outline and then draw it and they put in what they're actually going to say afterwards?
When I worked at DC Comics, they worked from full scripts. So you would have an art direction, you would have the dialogue, and you would know who says what first. So that means when I'm drawing that panel, if Clark is speaking to Lois and he's saying his dialogue first, Clark's got the panel.
Okay.
Because that's where the first balloon is.
Right.
At Marvel, we did the so-called Stanley Slayer, let's say the first. And so you try to chip bugle to me to decide, let's say, if the next scene is pages 2 through 4, I decide how many panels I'm going to need to get through that set.
Okay.
And so if I go through it and it says I can do it in 12, I can do it in 15, whatever it takes. Writer has plenty.
So have you all what I meant?
No.
No, never
No,
that?
thankfully.
Yeah. I feel like if I were to do your job, I'd get writers in my office saying like, that's not what that means.
Well, here's a funny story. When I did, and Julie Schwartz, the editor, said, no, you can't do that. I said, why? He says, because when it gets lettered and the color goes on top of it and it sort of gets congealed, the F, the L, and the I end up being a U, and you know what happens there. So we can't do that. So you have to change the K to a P. I said, flip. Okay, fine. That'll be a really strange sound effect, but it'll work. Right?
So I'm just curious, sometimes people catch those ahead of time in that situation.
Yes.
Is it ever you get with the inker comes back and they're like, you didn't leave me enough room? Has that ever happened?
No.
Where like if kids see this, we're gonna get letters.
Oh no, that never happened. But they wrote some sort of an off-color word in the box of on the box of cereal, and the letterer went in there or the inker. Exactly.
Have you ever slid anything in and gotten something maybe a DC or Marvel would rather you didn't?
There was a best friend that with bathrobe on, out in front doing his thing, Mary Jane posing, and then about a week later, Jim Salicrup says, "Oh, we could." Tom DeFalco looked at that and said, "If we put that out, the letter." on her senses or a little. Some people I met, what's that? Where's the cover with her nude back? I said, there is no cover with a nude cover. Okay, so it's still a beautiful cover. Happy with it. Turn up and
you're down over in Artist Alley.
Yes.
And you've got prints for sale.
Prints, artwork, original art. I have inked over Stan's brother, Larry Lieber.
Yep.
And I've got a portfolio with just a smattering of covers and some interior pages. And then I've got prints, and I also do sketches.
Okay. Well, and so
I'm at booth. Something happened there, but at least I'm sitting next to some comic book people.
Right.
Sal Valuto on my right, and John Boy Myers and Brian Haberlin on my left.
Yeah, so lots of people in the industry.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so that's where folks can go down and see Al's work. I know when I was looking through earlier, you've got a beautiful full page of Carnage. From.
That was actually a commission piece for
Okay.
somebody about, I'd have to, and then I always let my clients know, listen, I'm going to be making, if I do a color piece, I'll be making prints of it. And they have no qualms. So that's how that originated, just an idea, design out of my head with the three of them in battle.
And it looks fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so is commission artwork something you do a lot of?
I got enough to keep me busy in between my regular stuff that I do at home.
Okay.
So people write to me. I have a website. It's just Alex Saviuk commissions, that way, which is cool.
About how much does a commission run?
It all depends on what you're looking for. I offer 3 different sizes, and plus sketch covers. If you want a headshot, if you want a half a body. I've never had anybody
territory
exactly,
again, right?
Exactly. And then there's full figures, and then
Okay.
of course there's multiple figures, and so everything can vary in price.
Okay.
So,
Well, there you go. There's the websites up there. It looks like we're got about 6 minutes left. So I want to make sure.
There's a Kickstarter program going to get started with a masters. What he means is that a whole bunch of guys.
Lyle Lowe is back, huh?
I think I don't want to say that now, and I'm thinking maybe he's not. There's just so many guys. He just got Tom Grummett to come to sign on, Tom Morgan to do something, and drawing in those at that period. So I think the story itself is going to be 160 pages over maybe 5. Have and kind of geepy looking, so we don't want to have that big reveal. But the thing is, he's also doing homage covers. Now, from the homage cover I have is back in 1986. I did a cover for, I think, West Coast Avengers Annual #1, and we get to see Quicksilver in silhouette, from behind. The 6 here, and he revamped them. Guys like the Black Owl and Plimo.
Wow.
And then there's a character called, I think, the Archer. I don't remember. Val Merrick, I think, is drawing something. I don't know which chapter he's doing, but some of these costumes that came out of this are really cool looking. And so I have 6 characters in my homage.
I was about 4. I usually choose anniversary issues, #1s, that kind of thing. So I think I have some of your work at home. I'm now kicking myself I didn't bring any of it for you to sign.
Oh, well.
And I don't live close by. I'm like 6 hours.
Not the Kickstarter up yet, but it's happening soon.
Okay, and it's Bring Back the Masters.
It's basically
you've ever done. Everything anyone's ever paid you to do, any book you've worked on, what has been your absolute favorite character to work with?
I thought you were going to say which was a favorite book, because you go, oh my gosh, in 44 years, how many books? My favorite character, I'd have to probably say, Hawkman.
Okay.
When I was a little kid and I got those Brave and the Bold issues.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I love that stuff.
Yeah, I'm a historian by trade, so Carter Hall lives in my soul, right? I love that.
Yeah, and the thing is that I was able to draw, I think about maybe at least a half a dozen or 8 10-page stories in World's Finest when it was still an anthology back in the late 70s. So I got to draw Hawkman anyway, which was really cool.
Oh, that's great. I love hearing those kind of stories. Well, thank you so much for taking time out for FanX TV. Okay. I want to remind everybody you can find us on Facebook. Just search for FanX. You can find us on our app. You can find us at fanx.tv and, of course, fanxsaltlake.com. We're going to wrap up here for FanX. See you next time.
Hey, FanX TV viewers, thank you so much for sticking with us so far. We're still waiting on our next guest to arrive, so let's hang out a little bit longer. Hey, welcome everyone, FanX TV. I want to welcome Jamie Sullivan. Thank you so much for coming down. Perfect timing.
Try. No, you're good, Trey.
Yeah. All right. Take a seat.
Jamie, hold on. Let me make sure I've got a mic. And we'll get down to business.
Sure, sure.
Sandy. Oh, okay. Yeah. Hey, look at that. Is that
Is this working
that
okay?
Way
Yeah.
too loud. Okay.
It's a little loud.
Yeah, it's a little
okay.
loud. Well, I'm a little loud, so it'll work, right?
No
Yeah.
worries. No worries at all.
All right. Thanks for tuning in, FanX TV. My name's Dane Johns, and I'm part of the programming committee, and I'm here and happy to host this next episode of FanX TV with artist Jamie Sullivan. Jamie, I got a chance to check out your website earlier. I like it.
Okay.
It's well put together. But the thing that stood out to me is, if I'm not mistaken, that you're a big Star Wars fan, right?
I am a big Star Wars fan.
So what do you
yes.
think? How am I doing?
It's pretty cool.
All right. I just want to make sure.
Nice Jedi outfit.
Thank you. All right, Jamie. So tell us a little bit about your process. Like if you're, since I don't want to. When I do interviews, I try to ask people questions that they aren't
Sure.
going to get from Wiki, right? I want to get into your soul as an artist.
Okay.
And pull that out for the fans. So when you're gearing up for a project, right?
Mhm, mhm.
How do you tap into that creativity? How do you get there?
When I was a kid, I was, and I still am. I love toys, and I love cartoons as a kid. Saturday morning cartoons, the weekday cartoons and stuff. So I try to think back, especially like on G.I. Joe, which I draw for do covers for IDW right now.
Sure.
When I'm doing the covers, I try to think back about when I was playing with those toys and kind of the scenarios and scenes that I put them in. One of my first stints at IDW drawing G.I. Joe, I was asked to do 5 different vehicle-themed covers, and all of them were like things I could look back and remember playing with those particular toys. I put them in like this, like how the ships were flying and stuff, and so once you crack that, and it all kind of all falls into place,
So
pretty easily.
Were you like me growing up, and your parents couldn't afford to get you the aircraft carrier?
No.
Yeah.
I was so I grew up in a really, really small town north of California, or north of Sacramento in California, and called Wheatland. And population.
I know Wheatland.
Yeah.
My wife's from Castor Valley.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Small world.
Yeah.
And I was an only child, and my grandparents spoiled me. So I had a ton of toys because my closest friend lived like 10 miles away.
Sure.
So there's no like riding a bike down to his house, and stuff. So I had the aircraft carrier,
Do you
Star Wars
still have it?
I have another one.
Oh, okay.
My mom sold pretty much all of my toys.
No.
Yeah. Like most kids, I went away for a weekend, and when I was a teenager and came home, it was all gone. Yard sale.
I guess I was lucky. I still have all my original Ninja Turtles.
Oh, okay.
So my mom never threw it away or sold it, but she definitely put it in a box and said this is going to go over here now for a while. And then we rediscovered them a couple of years ago. I was like, oh my God, I still have these.
Yeah, it was cool. Ninja Turtles, so for me, Ninja Turtles, it was all about the original black and white comics.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I was into. I'd kind of aged out and discovered girls by the time that the toys had...
And there were no girl turtles at the time.
No,
Venus didn't exist yet.
Yeah. And so I hadn't collected those toys. And I stopped collecting, I stopped getting G.I. Joe toys in '89.
Okay.
Obviously Star Wars stuff I stopped getting in '85, and but I picked it up again in my early 20s. I'd kind of run across some stuff at, like flea markets and everything. I was like, oh yeah, I miss this stuff. I wish I still had it. Damn you, Mom.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Now, did you, since we're talking about G.I. Joe toys, did you have the 12-inch figures? Because I had a bunch of the 12-inch figures.
No, are you talking about like the 12-inch figures that were based on the real American hero characters?
Yes.
No.
With the kung fu grip?
No. And I didn't have any of the stuff from like the Adventure Team or, you know,
Okay.
from the 60s or anything like that. It was pretty much just the 3 3/4 inch and 82 through 89, and that was it.
Okay.
I never had like the Space Shuttle Defiant. I didn't have that.
Oh no.
I bought one later in life, cleaned it up. It wasn't perfect, so I sold it. You know, but
Still on the hunt for that. If anyone out there has a Space Shuttle Defiant,
please don't message me. My wife would kill me.
Oh well, you know,
she would absolutely kill me.
I'm here to help you, not necessarily your wife.
I got a replacement aircraft carrier. I found it at a flea market on my birthday about 6 years ago, and I paid $125 for it.
No way.
It was missing like 10 pieces, 10
No way.
small little pieces.
What
Yeah,
an
it was a fluke.
Yeah, what an absolute find.
Right? Yeah.
So let's talk about those 5 covers, those 5 vehicle covers. Let's go back to
Mhm.
those.
Mhm.
So when you were designing them out, was it all mental, or did you actually go back to your toys and put them out and say, like, what can I draw from here?
No, it was kind of already in my head, and then I have a friend that lives not far from us. We live in the San Diego area.
Hence the Padres cap.
Yes, they won today, by the way. So
See, I'm a Cardinals fan, so yeah,
neck and neck.
Yeah, we're it's a little nervous.
It's really close, really close. Play each other tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe we'll see each other down there, and we'll have to duke it out, right?
Yeah. At least we're not Dodgers fans.
Oh,
right?
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Take that, LA.
But I have a friend that lives not far from me. His name's Drew, and he has this unbelievably extensive G.I. Joe collection. It's ridiculous. Stuff from all over the world.
Crazy.
But I'm fortunate enough to be able to go over there and check out some of the toys for reference, and able to change the scale of them when I'm drawing them so they look a more realistic. Like when I did one with Skyhawks and his tanks, and you know, I made the his tanks look exactly like the toy except larger.
Oh, okay.
So the guy in the turret looks much smaller, make the controls look smaller and stuff.
Sure.
So it looks more menacing, because I mean, you know, when the his tank is just not menacing.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be, right? It's supposed to strike fear in the heart of.
Yeah. And it doesn't, but
So if you're when you get your cover assignments, do they come to you already with ideas of what they want them to be, or do you typically get like 1 or 2 sentences and then you go crazy? Like, how does that?
So the very first one I did, when my editor Tom, who's also a friend of mine, approached me, he had it all laid out. Like, this is what I want it to look like, and I was like, that's fine, not a problem, because I'd come from the toy industry drawing package art.
Okay.
And so I was like, yeah, not a problem. I'll do it exactly like you want to. And it came out, and I just got raked over the coals by G.I. Joe fans. It was brutal. I never thought that I would work on G.I. Joe ever again. It was, man, they were just tearing, like, the Arashikage symbol's the wrong size. Those don't look like rattlers, you know. Because I used A10 warthogs, you know, and made them blue and added a couple things here and there. And it was ugly. I even hate to think back to it. And so after that, he gave me the assignment for the vehicles, and I was like, okay. And he's like, you know what, just whatever you want to do, you know, because they were going to be RI covers, you know, retailer incentive covers.
Yeah.
So he's like, they suck, you know, whatever. And so the first one I did was Ace in a Sky Striker. Like, you see the shot from up above, and the Sky Striker is sideways, and Ace is looking at the camera like this and pointing down, and he's above 3 Night Ravens.
Okay.
And they're flying below, so that he's up in the sun. They can't see him, and he's getting ready to come down over the top of them. And sent it in. Hasbro took like an hour to approve it, so that was a good sign. And then Tom messages me the following day after he shares it, and he's like, your cover just broke our Twitter feed. And I was like, okay, all right.
Hopefully in a good way, right?
In a good way. And at the time, I mean, there's been more since then, but at the time it was their like best, most ordered retailer incentive cover. So like the FOC, you know, they had hit the most orders to get that retailer incentive than any of the previous ones. So
And this was after the big disastrous one, right?
After the garbage one.
So did fans kind of lay off you after that? They were like, okay, like
they did, you know, and it's really funny too because some of the guys that were like really harsh, were messaging me and like, good job and everything. I'm like, did you forget who I was? Like, you were just telling me how bad I sucked.
I mean, balance in all things, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And then after that, I did a few more. I did one with the flag in the background and more Sky Strikers and the Cobra Hydrofoil, the Moray and the Shark. And that one, like, everybody loved that one and just kept going on from there.
So it's nice to have a little bit. So you look back on that and you're like, I'm never letting anyone tell me how the cover's supposed to look again.
Oh,
I'm
no,
just
they
gonna do my
can.
thing.
They can. Hasbro, yeah, Hasbro has definitely put their hand in and said,
sure, yeah.
I had to. I did a big set of connecting covers for. It featured all of the Joes. There's 171 characters on that particular set of covers. It was a nightmare.
That sounds insane.
It was a nightmare. The subsequent Cobra one was even worse. It was like 364 characters. Yeah, those are. Yeah, it was crazy.
Do you have prints of those for sale here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Then there's a couple of huge ones for display that you should check out. It's nuts.
Yeah, it's good. That good.
It's nuts. But
we
they
can't
told
show
me,
you here because it'll break FanX TV. You'll have to come down.
It won't
and check
do
it
that.
out.
But they so I had drawn it. I learned my lesson with the G.I. Joe one before I did the cover one. So I had drawn the cover as one big piece. It
Sure.
was like 7.5 feet wide, and all the characters individually. And they would tell me, you got to take this character out. So I was, crap. I'd start over from the beginning, you know. And then finally they're like, oh, this is awesome, but you have to take Sergeant Slaughter and the Fridge out because we don't have likeness rights anymore. And you couldn't have told me that like 4 versions ago.
Yeah, as a Bears fan, I'm now mad that you had to take the Fridge out.
Yeah, I was kind of bummed because he was a character. He appeared in the Marvel run.
Yep.
Same with Slaughter, and it's just, well, the Fridge has, or not the Fridge, but Slaughter has a deal with Action Force now, Bobby Valla, and so he's not really doesn't have anything to do with G.I. Joe anymore, and I think the Fridge, if I'm not mistaken, wanted just like some insanely crazy amount of money.
Sure.
You
Sure.
know, like, yeah. So
This isn't, cost benefit analysis, not worth it.
No, yeah. I'm sorry, we can't pay you $100 million
because we're not going to make anywhere near that much back on the cover.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd take him out.
So who's your favorite Joe to draw?
My favorite one, well, the easiest one to draw is Snake Eyes.
Sure.
Like that.
We're talking
sleep.
comic Snake Eyes, not recent movie appearance Snake Eyes.
No, and the suit's pretty similar, but my favorite one to draw is probably Flash.
Okay.
He was my very first one. You always love your first, right?
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah, Flash. When I was a kid, I loved that costume, the green with the orange pads and stuff, and laser rifle trooper. How is that not cool?
Right.
And I like drawing Zartan.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Zartan's cool.
Yeah, I caught that he was on that cover. I caught hell for.
Oh really?
Yeah.
They're
like he's too young. He looks too young. He's too effeminate looking. I'm like, how do you know?
Yeah.
I'm like, he's a master of disguise. I mean,
Yeah.
how do you know?
How do you know
what he
what he
really
looks
looks
like?
Yeah. So
because there's a pop figure now, and everyone's gonna look at that pop figure and be like, "That's what he looks like."
yeah, I just gotta draw him. I just gotta draw him with solid black eyes now.
Yeah, and like a squishy face, and we're like, "This is." We're like,
That's
I
Zartan.
use toys, right? So like,
that's Zartan.
Yeah, pop figure Zartan.
But I do. I Zartan's fun to draw. Yeah.
So if you had your dream Joe team, right? Let's say you're gonna do a side run, and you could include like 5 or 6 characters. Who would you take and just do something really cool with?
So when I was a kid, I mean I don't know how far back you go with your G.I. Joe knowledge, but I remember getting a toy set from Sears called Special Missions Brazil.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, that was a lot of fun when I was a kid. It came with a tape.
Yeah, I think I think I kind of remember those runs. Yeah.
They were really weird colors on, but they were cool. Suits aside, uniforms aside, it was a really set of like cool action figures. My favorite lineup of all, though, for Joe's was I remember the cartoons, the animated commercials they used to do for the comic books, and the toys, and Snow Job, Doc, Gung Ho, Torpedo, and Airborne. With the Polar Battle Bear snowmobile. And growing up in Wheatland, there's no snow there.
No snow at all.
It's 95 feet above sea level. And, and so I'd, have my snowmobile in the dirt, like the sand, playing like it's snow, And I was always obsessed with Empire Strikes Back ruined that for me. I was always obsessed with stuff for the snow. My grandfather every year would make sure that he took me and my toys up to Reno to play in the snow. At least once a year, with all my toys. So, yeah, but those characters with the Polar Battle Bear were probably my favorite lineup of all time.
Yeah, I think Snow Job's like whole setup is super cool.
Snow Job's rad.
Yeah.
Right?
What's funny is I play airsoft, and my airsoft team is Cobra, and all of us have G.I. Joe call signs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, all of us. Not all of them are drawn from Cobra side, but that's our thing, right? Like, so if you roll up, if you roll up to one of our games, you'll hear all of us talking over the rock and roll, like what's your 20, and of course I'm Lieutenant Falcon.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All
right.
I felt really strongly about that about the movie, right?
Don Johnson.
Yeah, and of course, Don Johnson, voicing Lieutenant Falcon.
Yep.
And so that's just what stuck in my head. So when it came time to pick a call sign, that's what I went with, right?
Right on.
And we've got my wife's call sign's Chameleon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's a deep cut.
My sister is Snow Job.
Okay.
Yeah, that's her call sign. So we're huge G.I. Joe people. So it's been really cool to get to talk to you about all this G.I. Joe stuff. I only have a couple of minutes left because I've got to get to another commitment, but I want to give you a chance to plug what you've got coming up next.
Okay.
What's on the docket for Jamie Sullivan? What are we going to see coming out for you?
So I have the Cobra Connecting covers come out. I believe they start shipping in November. They are issues 291 through 295.
And we can get those at our friendly neighborhood comic
you
stores?
You can, and they're easy to get. They're open to order.
Okay.
They're not incentive covers. They're the B covers. And then after that, I have 6 more just individual standalone covers. And then I'm working on a cover for issue 300.
Big anniversary cover?
Yeah, and that one is there's a lot of work going into that one, which I wish I could talk about. I can't.
Oh, you heard it here first, right on FanX TV.
Yeah,
top secret, issue 300 cover coming out.
I have more. I also do the card back art for Eagle Force from Fresh Monkey Fiction.
Okay.
There are more Robotech toys in the vintage retro line coming out that I do all the painted art for.
The package is that package art?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah. So I still work in the toy industry, and I have a project very near and dear to my heart that I will be announcing very soon. It's my own IP.
Very
that
cool.
I will be getting to work on, hopefully within the next 3-4 months.
And we'll get to see some details for that on your website?
Yeah,
okay.
You will. It's JSIanddesign.com.
Okay. JSI.
It's being updated. It's going through a huge update and new developer going through the website. So
excellent. All right. Well, and where can folks find you here? If they're coming down to the convention, where can they find you to check out your art? Do you know where your booth's at?
436.
Artist Alley, 436.
It's actually not in Artist Alley.
Oh, it's not?
It's next to a gentleman who sells crystals.
Okay.
Who knew?
All right.
Yeah.
But over on the 400 block.
Over in the 400 block.
400 block.
Yes.
And
I'm next to Park Sabers.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, Jamie, for taking some time out for us.
Thank you.
Congratulations on Top Secret Cover 300, right?
Yes.
And reminding everybody out at FanX, you can find us on FanX.tv, FanXSaltLake.com, and, of course, on Facebook. And get down here. Come get some art. I've been Dane Johns. This has been Jamie Sullivan. We'll catch you next time.
Hello, viewers. Hey, FanX TV fans, viewers, I just want to thank Dane Johns and Jamie Sullivan for joining us, FanX TV. I'm Matt Wisnowski. I'm the producer. We're putting this show together. Hey, everyone, thanks for joining us. We're going to be back live here at the Salt Palace September 17th. That's tomorrow, starting at 2 p.m. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. See you tomorrow.